Testing. Alrighty, we've got audio. Awesome. G'day, rat bags. How you doing? It's quite weird to be streaming during the day. It's so bright. I have like in the summer I've got to cover up the skylight, or you just cook in here. But so I've put some light blockers up, but it still seems awfully bright on the monitor. So sorry about that. But anyway, welcome. How are ya? Life's going great in lockdown Melbourne, city of eternal lockdown, where they basically just keep us all in our homes, with no sign of letting us out. So it's becoming life's turning into a very, very stay-at-home kind of culture here in Melbourne. It's been great. But anyway, spring's come, and it's been actually quite difficult to find time to get online because, winter's all right. You're all inside, you don't really want to go out all that much. It's really easy to just, find time to get online. But oh man, as soon as spring comes, there's so much stuff to get ready in the garden. There's all the house to change over from winter into its new, changing it over from its like closed up winter into its opening up kind of spring and summer iteration. And yes, man, I've been trying to go. I've had this Trisha Paytas roast thing lined up since for about 6 days now, trying to get it together. And then Mysterious dropped her part B of her episode 1 of her Dark Side of Trisha Paytas video. And so I thought, oh yeah, well, let's do a react to that. I've got a bunch of other stuff queued up but we might not get around to that because this video is pretty long, so I thought we'd just react to this. I did notice Papa Gut has also reacted to it, so it's probably worth going and checking out what he's got to say about it as well, because I quite like his approach. Like he's obvious. Well, he seems to be a man of great heart and compassion, but also at the same time with a low tolerance for bullshit. Man after my own heart. Yeah, so good. That's a good bloke. And yeah, hopefully I can do the same. I don't emotionally engage with pretty much anything Trisha says, because I just find there is no value in putting any emotional weight or value on her words. However, the effect she has on the online sphere in general is, she's one person, and she has managed to, spread a great deal of damage far and wide in her personal search for herself. She's dragged a lot of people along with her, and well, it's not the way I would have done it. But yeah, it's very interesting to see it, like, I can't say damage. It's the only thing you can call it is damage. The people who have come to care for her as a character over the years, or indeed as a person, even though a person they don't know, she has just dragged their hearts from one side of the boxing ring to another. And it's just, considering that we're starting to acknowledge that influencers do carry some kind of responsibility for the culture that they're creating and or maintaining, I think we're going to be able to see the effect that this particular content creator, let's call her, where she has trodden no blooming garden grows. Okay? It's more like weeds and bombed out streets and shell-shocked, traumatized people. And when you look back, on your deathbed, and you looking back over your life, and you're, thinking about, what did I grow? What seeds did I sow? What did they grow into? What kind of garden am I leaving behind? Am I leaving behind something that bloomed and brought light and joy and life into the world and the people in it, my fellow humans? Or did I leave destruction and pain and confusion and hurt? Because we all have the right to self-realize, but we don't have the right to harm people along the way. We're going to do some collateral damage. We're also going to be collateral damage in some way, shape or form. Yeah, that's just, the give and take of things. But that's why we try to be careful about inflicting our own issues on other people and inflicting our damage on the world when we are trying to search for who we really are and be who we really are. So I find Ms. Paytas a really interesting subject for that. So there's no emotional finger pointing going on here. I'm not standing on a soapbox looking down at her saying she's a bad person, deplatform. I'm absolutely 100% against deplatforming. I don't like her content, but that's not a good enough reason for me to think it shouldn't exist. I would love it if he didn't think that it was all right to not take into account anybody else on the planet while she busts out getting goes about getting what she is in lack of. I would love that. But if she is the person who cannot care about other people's feelings, if she's a person who can't consider if she's a person who only can see her needs and nobody else's, then we've just got to accept that for what that as it is, and not expect her to give a shit. You can't make people do things or be things that they are incapable of being or doing. There's a point where you've just got to, take people for how they are. And you don't have to like it, but we do have to kind of, it is best if we can work on not judging somebody for it. And at the same time, the other side of the spectrum, not be so lost in our desire to show compassion that we, enable somebody to get empty attention that isn't actually helping. Feeding an addiction is enabling, and we are by paying Trisha mind, by giving her words weight and worth, we are enabling her delusions basically. So yeah, and honestly, I will get to the video now. Sorry, I'll stop rambling. But honestly, when you have issues of extreme need for validation, external validation, like pathological, like being on the internet is exactly the wrong thing to do if you truly are serious about healing yourself to a point of functionality beyond what you're at now. You can't take the internet with you, you can't take the audience with you, and you cannot substitute the audience's goodwill, whatever, emotions, whatever. They are not building your foundations for you. You don't do this stuff as a performance. Most of it looks very boring from the outside when you're doing it for real. Yeah? If you've got to put a performance on to videotape, it's not really doing the work, because the act of knowing that you are presenting it in a recorded form, that warps your thinking. You're not being natural. You can't be natural when you know that you are being recorded. So yeah, I do really, really, truly believe, from a layman's perspective, an experienced layman's perspective, but layman nonetheless, that a great deal of the source of Trisha's healing will come by retiring from the internet. And to that end, I wish her the greatest of success. And I hope that her healing is not done publicly. She can't educate us. I truly do believe that. She cannot educate us. Not for many, many, many years. Anyway, so we're going to go through. If you've seen the episode number 1, you'll have seen it, so don't have to recap it. There is I've seen maybe 15-20 minutes of this, so I don't know how far it goes into, but you'll see in the description I've kind of given a vague, a quick little rundown of the channel Mysterious. She used to be known as Mysterious T. But thank goodness she dropped the T bit, and now it just goes by Mysterious, all in capitals. You can generally pick her videos out of a crowd very easily, because she uses something very similar to the conspiracy palette black and white spiral as kind of a branding background in most of her visual posts. And she is known for being a bit of a quiet achiever of a channel, of a content creator. So she doesn't put out a huge amount of content on the reg, but what she puts out is generally very thoughtful, very well backed up, very well delved. I hesitate to say the word research, because that's a misuse of the word research, but she does study up on her subjects very well, and she delves her references really well, and she's proving to have the ability to thread a large amount of information together in a very consumable and easy to see and well laid out kind of linear storyline. I shouldn't say storyline either, because she's not storifying so much. She's more documenting with the underlying with the underlying motivation to show where just how far from the truth Trisha's web of stories about herself have progressed over the years. And I do think she's done a really good job of it. I'm really glad, I did my part to try and share that video out as much as possible. I'm sure a lot of other people did. I mean, we kind of discussed it in chats, what's the best way to get this out, because of course Paytas claimed the first video of Mysterious's. I cannot comment on Trisha Paytas as a person, okay? I can comment on her as a content creator, and that is what I will do. So I do find a lot, let's just swap over to the other screen, I find I actually relate to some of what I observe with Trisha, and that kind of it stresses me out a little bit because, why can I not get, okay. For some reason it's not giving me a full screen option. Why not? Annoying. Yeah, strangely enough, I sometimes really relate to the mess that she is, and I have related to a lot of the gender ID confusion, a lot of the quite a lot of stuff. Where I don't relate is the lack of accountability for the self and the lack of honesty with the self, and the need to be on top, the need to be the winner to the point of nastiness and hurting other people. That's kind of where I don't relate. But anyway, let's get into, because I'm a terrible rambler, I'm so sorry. I truly don't love the sound of my own voice as much as it probably seems. I just think I'm fucking clever, obviously. Anyway, let's get into it. This is Mysterious's video, episode 1.2, The Dark Side of Trisha Paytas. Trisha Paytas, this is not okay. You may play now, video. I will reiterate that too. There really is absolutely no point and no good reason to go sending nasty comments or anything hateful to anybody, including Trisha Paytas. Even when people have done terrible things, spitting in their face and being nasty to them isn't going to make them less terrible or want to be nicer. Yeah, you can have ultimate compassion for somebody and still have very, very strict boundaries that you will not allow to be crossed. Doesn't mean you're not nice, okay? And being nice is overrated. Don't worry about being nice.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Welcome back to my channel. Today is a part 2 of episode 1 of my Trisha Paytas series. If you have not seen the very first episode of this series, please try to watch it before you get into this video, because there's a lot from that episode that will tie in today's video. So I will link that in the description box down below. I want to thank everyone for all the love on this video and all the new subscribers. I really, really appreciate it. Before I explain what we're talking about in today's video, if YouTube monetizes today's video, I will be donating a good chunk of the ad revenue to the charity that's listed in the description box down below. I'm just trying to turn a negative into a positive with this video.
Try and claim it now, Trisha Paytas. You try and claim it now, you're taking money away from a charity. Well played, Mysterious. Well fucking played. See how you don't have to be nasty to have clear boundaries and mean what you say? You don't have to be nice either. You can be blunt and clear and honest and kind.
Which is why I feel so strongly about this, and if you want more details about that, it'll be listed in the description box down below. Also, as I stated in my previous video, I will be using all of Trisha's preferred pronouns throughout this entire series, which is she, her, and they, them. Trisha has specifically said to the public they are fine with all pronouns, including he, him. And if you're interested in where they said that, I will link the video and the timestamp in the description box down below. So
that's one of the things I relate to her with. Like, I know some people feel quite strongly about her gender identity issues and stuff. I identified, I thought I was a man in a woman's body for most of my life. I'm still not unconvinced. I've just had to change the lens through which I look at myself. And I changed my name to a man's name, all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, I couldn't give a fuck about pronouns. I don't mind at all, because it does not change who I am. I am who I am. And if I don't fit in a box, that's totally fine. I'm not here to make other people feel comfortable. That's their job.
In my last video, I think a majority of you agree that there is something that just isn't right with the stories that Trisha has been telling in relation to their school and their teachers. Today, we're going to get deeper into that.
I think we can take that I really do think that we can take that as a given, as a fairly, if not consensus, then quite close to. We know that Trisha just doesn't add up, okay? Everything she says cannot possibly be true, because many of the things she says cancel themselves out to other things she said. You know what I mean? I think we can take that as a consensus. There is a very large issue with Trisha's personal narrative.
Because Trisha actually named a teacher from their school and urged their followers to look up an arrest that does not exist anywhere. We will also be talking about the copyright claim that Trisha put on my first video, because the specific timestamps that Trisha claimed are very interesting in relation to the discrepancies that we talked about.
The teacher thing's a big deal, man. Like, I mean, it's definitely a big deal because of the type of action she's taking to suppress the information about it, Paytas, but one of the points that Mysterious made in her last video was that pathological liars, it's all well and good when they're making up stories. Fairly harmless, whatever, even if some people believe that you've got a castle in the sky and a pet gorilla and 17 unicorns and all that kind of bullshit. But it's when your lies that the root of which are based in an endless neediness. It's when they actually affect other people, when they involve other people. Lie all you fucking like, but make it stories. Don't lie about real life people ever. That has consequences that, whether you get caught or not, you are responsible for. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what makes karma. Okay, that's actually what makes the real traditional thing of karma. These are the acts that add to your karmic burden, according to the principle of karma. It's quite a complex spiritual philosophy.
In the first video, we will also be discussing some other lies that Trisha has told the public on other serious topics, because I think it's really important to show you guys that Trisha has no limits to the lies that they are telling the public. If they can lie about all these important things that most people wouldn't lie about, then they can also lie about essay experiences with their teachers.
Agreed.
This is another long video, but please try to watch it all the way through and look through all the evidence before jumping to any conclusions in the comments.
Should I speed it up? It's an hour and a half. I can try and do it sped up. I don't know if she's sped up any of the things. I generally don't like to do this because I just don't like how it sounds. I don't like doing that to people's content. But we might end up being here for a very long time otherwise, because I am quite the fucking raver. All right, let's try it.
Comments below. I do want to make one thing crystal clear. I believe Trisha has trauma, and I believe they went through something horrible when they were only 17 years old, and they didn't have anyone to turn to because it was happening in their own home. There's also a traumatizing experience that Trisha also went through in her early adulthood after she moved out to California. That was also stated in her book that I did not talk about in the first episode.
I honestly think this is where our genuine compassion for Trisha comes from. The part of her that is able to continuously draw people in and make them feel sorry for her again, or not make them feel sorry for her, but relate on a heart level, because at the heart of this there is real trauma, and any of us who have real trauma, we identify with that, and you rarely want to err on the wrong side, you know. When you know what it's like to be disabled to large extents by your past, you don't want to gaslight anyone. So you've always got this spot of staying open to, maybe that did happen, and I know what that's like, or I know-ish what that's like, or what it feels like, and so that is not, that's the thing that long con artists, that's the thing they can always have over us, because we care, we give a shit, because we're people, we're not empathic, fucking normal human beings that give a shit about other human beings, when we're face to face with them. And so I think that is, I think that is a big reason why she can keep playing this card, because we relate to that. We relate to not being heard. We relate, especially when most of us have childhood trauma. Take it as a given. I know I've said this before, but you don't walk around going, oh, I'm traumatized because of my childhood. Poor me, poor me, poor me. You walk around knowing that most of us were traumatized in our childhood. Like, seriously, most of us. Like, all the way back, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, a lot of those guys were fucking essayed, like, really badly, and it was kind of like they didn't care. It was okay, if you were a kid in a home, it didn't matter what they did to you, kind of thing, you were just fodder, like. Yeah, this stuff is not new. It's just that we have exposed it so deeply now that that we're forgetting that there's a history to it, and pretty much everybody you walk past on the street, there's a really high probability that they've been messed with in some way, shape, or form when they were too young to be able to defend their own boundaries, or to know that they were supposed to have them. And I think that's really important, man, because it takes away that, like, trying to make people treat you special, because we all deserve that. We all need that vacuum filled. We're not going to get it by sucking off other people. That's vampire. That's fucking vampiric.
But I believe that to be 100% true as well. I believe that book is a very honest version of Trisha, and I really do have empathy for what they went through. Yeah, it's just the more recent stuff that I can't wrap my head around, and after the first episode of my series, I think most of you do agree. But there's a lot more to get into regarding all that, and just FYI, we do not talk about the teacher till later on in the video, so there are chapters marked at the bottom if you do want to skip around. It's just really important for me to show you the full picture before we get into the allegations against Mr. Riney. So let's get started. As some of you may know, Trisha recently started a podcast that is called My Chemical Imbalance, and on September 1st, Trisha uploaded an episode and said something very interesting. The clip you are getting ready to watch backs up a lot.
Honestly, I couldn't get through it. It is almost entirely manipulation. It's insane. It is insane. Like, and I obviously don't mean literally insane. I mean colloquially insane. It's very difficult to respect Trisha Paytas, even as you sympathise with her trauma. There's a point where it's like, yeah, you've had trauma, I sympathise with you, and Like, what, you can make it your whole fucking character? Because that is basically just choosing to be a victim.
Of what we talked about in episode 1. For the past few months, Trisha has been telling everyone that they were never bullied in school, and that the main problem was that they were overly sexualized by teachers and classmates. Well, Trisha actually told the truth recently and talked about being bullied in school. Check it out.
It was when I was like about 12. Oh no, I was like 13, 14. I was doing a school play. I bounced around schools a lot. I was doing a school play, and I got picked on all the time for being fat when I was actually quite mid-sized.
So did I.
There were really fat kids in our class and grade that were really slow. They were definitely people who just didn't keep themselves up, and that is the stereotypes of like didn't bathe, didn't shave, wouldn't wash their gym clothes, would be the last person in line. I wasn't that. I mean, I was kind of uncoordinated in gym class, and I always kept myself up. I liked having nice things and stuff like that. So, but still, I was the one that got made fun of for being fat. People would always say Trisha has more rolls than a bakery. I just remember that one, and like a couple other ones just like making fun of me in a swimsuit when I wasn't. You can find pictures of Trisha Paytas high school. I was just not.
See, I can relate to that. Like, I got bullied mercilessly for being fat, and I wasn't fat. I thought I was fat. Like, I thought I was obese, and it caused, is it dysphoria or dysmorphia? I always get those two mixed up. And to this day, I can't put weight on because it will trigger the entire obesophobia thing, and I have self-harmed because I've tried to cut fat out of, when I was episodic, when I was much younger and a lot less fucking in control of where my head was at. I self-harmed trying to get this stuff out of me, and and really, and now, like, even though I can't say I've healed a lot of that stuff, I've come to terms with some of it in terms of what I understand about it, and how I lens it for myself through my life. It's an ongoing, I wouldn't call it a battle because that implies that, I'm going to war and stuff like that. And you don't treat your body like a battleground. You have to learn to love your body and accept it and care for it. So I try not to use language that is reminiscent of, that speaks of any kind of self-hatred or putting yourself down. But I think the point that I'm trying to make is the difference between my self-image because of the type of bullying and the actual reality, huge. So I very much get what she says, and in my personal experience, I have come to learn that it wasn't that I was fat. That was just an excuse. It's that I was different. Number one, I bounced around schools a lot. Many schools. More than one for every year I've been at school when I finished school. And two, I didn't... my dad grew me up saying that if people didn't respect me, I didn't have to listen to them. So if I got spoken down to or patronised or treated badly by an authority figure at school, I would act out, I didn't give them respect. I had a mohawk when I was in year 8, and it caused a lot of, things that I did. It wasn't that I was naughty or bad or anything. I was just fiercely independent, and I did my own thing, and it caused other people to copy me and do that as well, which meant that order was breaking down, and that was a problem. So it was funny because I was bullied by the very people. Years afterwards, some of these people came up to me and they said, I just wanted to be like you. But if they had been trained better by their parents, we could have been friends. I could have been a fucking really cool influence on them. But they were raised stupid. They were raised to fear the different and to make fun and mock and publicly humiliate. Like, I can't do that. Who can publicly humiliate someone? What kind of person are you? How disgusting. That makes me ashamed. I feel so bad for the person, even when they're a horrible person. Just don't, no one's got any right to mock anyone, It's just disgusting. But yeah, so I really relate to that, man. I really relate to that. And it does really fuck up your self-image big time.
fat. I was not thin. There was thin ass girls, but I was not thin, but I wasn't fat. I cheerleaded, I golfed, I was one that took 2 gym classes a day because I was trying to avoid math. Like, you know, like so I wasn't, you know, but I felt fat, and people made fun of me all the time for being fat when there was people much fatter than me that they never picked on. I still don't grasp it. Like, I really wish I could grasp this part of.
There's something, I mean, it's quite obvious. Look, Trish has what a lot of people would pay $1 billion to fucking possess. And Trish has charisma, right? And that's a term that's quite overused these days. People kind of attribute things that aren't charisma to charisma. Charisma is very difficult to define because what it is, in essence, it's the inability for people to look away from you. An indefinable quality about you that causes people to want to pay attention to you. And if you don't get that, and you can be really nasty to the people that you're attracted to, you know. I'm not saying you're attracted to them physically or sexually or anything like that, but you are just compelled to watch them and to see what they do and to see what they say and It's the reason why some people can hold the attention of a room just by talking, and other people could be shouting with a microphone and everyone would just be ignoring them. Some people have presence, and I really think, I mean, it's a pity that Trisha Paytas is a yucky person. It's a pity she's a cunt. It really is. Because I think if she was a nice person, she could just blaze so much fucking fire and joy into the world. You know, she really could. But she has, you know, chosen to take her life and indulge in some less than pleasant human attributes instead. It is a pity. Because she's got some power. She's got power. And it's shitty to see it misused so blatantly and terribly. And for such rubbish reasons.
Bully culture, because it's like, because I know the cliche thing, my mom would tell me, they're just jealous, you know, all this stuff. And maybe there is some, and ultimately I don't think maybe they're jealous of like my looks or who I am or whatever back then, but maybe they're, because I was fearless, I would wear crazy shit in my hair. You know, maybe they're jealous, or they just thought it was weird, so they want to pick them. I'm not fucking sure, but that's followed me my whole life.
It's a cliche to say, oh, they're just jealous, but it's sometimes really fucking true, man. And the people don't know it themselves. And remember, a lot of our behaviour is motivated subconsciously, and we don't know why we act the way we act. We think we do, but really we don't. That's the actual fucking fact of the thing. Most of our awareness, apparently around 80%, is submerged in our subconscious. Only about 20-ish% of our awareness is conscious. So yeah, most of the time we don't know why we're doing what we're doing, especially when we're kids. We are just following a compulsion, an inner compulsion. And sometimes, you know, and then also you've got, if other people start doing it too, then you've got the added external compulsion. And we know that happens in adults as well as kids.
This is the problem with Trisha. They are telling so many lies to the public that they can't keep their lies straight. Trisha's stories will either change each time they lie, or once in a while we will see Trisha from the older YouTube videos, and they will actually be honest with the public. This clip we just watched backs up the book, and it backs up the older YouTube videos. And in my personal opinion, that means Trisha was lying when they went on and on about never being bullied, and they tried to spin it into they were constantly being sexualized by teachers and classmates.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, it sounded like a crock of shit in it as well. It sounded like a crock of shit Shurijan kind of story, you know? Like...
So just to see what she said before, to refresh your memory, and to show you some new footage that I didn't show in episode 1, let's take a look at a clip real quick to compare things.
I love when people call me girls. Do you see this? This is how I go out in public. I really don't like attention when I don't want attention. When I go out in public,
How's that? I really don't like attention when I don't want attention. I'm pretty sure everyone is like that. That they don't want attention when they don't want attention.
Don't want attention. I don't want guys to look at my body. I don't want guys to look at my breasts, because no matter what I wear, I am sexualized. I've been sexualized from 6 years old. From being called out for being a distraction by teachers, to being molested
by my neighbors, by people in power, people in authority, because my body has always just developed
by the
quicker.
president.
I was down from school multiple times for not wearing a bra from the ages of 6 to 8. 6 to 8, you're in freaking kindergarten at 6. Like, what? They don't even make bras for those types.
I'm pretty sure if you needed a bra when you were 6, you would have been taken to a doctor, because that is too early a sign. That's too early for puberty, and that often can mean that you have some kind of tumour or cancer or some kind of pituitary issue or some kind of hormonal fucking imbalance and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There is no fucking way. This sounds like such a crock of shit. If you were 6 to 8, if you had fucking tits, you would have been fucking at the doctor, because that can be a very serious fucking health issue sign. That can be a sign of several very serious health issues. I call them BS.
Girls in middle school, I was the only girl not allowed to wear a 2-piece when we do our 2 week swim class courses because of my boobs. I was told to put on shorts over my swimsuit because you could see pubic hair through my swimsuit at like 11.
That's I actually don't not believe that, because I've experienced that at school. Not me. I wasn't an early bloomer. I didn't grow tits till I was 14, and then that changed my whole life, but that's another story. But it's a bit odd. The teachers, they're really uncomfortable. They generally deal very badly with it, and it's mainly because you're getting teased by the other kids, right? If you develop if you get pubes or whatever, and they're quite dark or a bit bushy or whatever, and like I felt, so we had a couple of girls who had, they came on quite early, and their pubic hair was quite dark, mercilessly teased, and also a couple of those girls, their parents wouldn't allow them to shave their legs, so they couldn't hide the fact that they were dark and hairy. And then we had fucking compulsory swimming lessons. And, they would not wanting to come out of the cubicles. It was so embarrassing. I just felt so bad for some of these girls, because everyone would giggle and snigger. And then, of course, you think these are teachers. Why do they not have this shit down already? Are they seriously that thick? Because every single fucking time they'd be really uncomfortable. They'd be like, oh, and they'd go off and have a little conference. And then you know what? They'd make the fucking girl put shorts on or a long shirt or this and that. Or they'd say, oh, can't you get a fucking better, different swims? Completely inappropriate. So dense to not understand that you are effectively telling an adolescent or pre-adolescent young person that this is their fucking fault and their problem to deal with. Something that's completely fucking natural. To one of my school's credits, I went to a lot of small schools. I lived in a lot of small towns. They grabbed the whole school and gave him a fucking drubbing and just went, who the fuck do you little fuckers, they didn't use this language, but who the fuck do you little fucking bastards think you are, making fun of your fucking mates? This is all going to happen to you in the next year. Think about it. Da 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 da. Blah 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 blah. Do you know what I mean? And they not cuss the whole school, but they embarrassed the whole school. They shamed the whole school out for it. It was fucking great. It was so good. It was really cool. And people were embarrassed. They went up and apologized to these kids and said, oh, I'm so sorry, I made you feel bad. And so, because the kids didn't realize. They didn't realise at the time that they're sniggering and they're bullshit, that, they just thought they're just joining in with the vibe at the time. They had no idea how terrible. And as soon as most of them were made aware of how embarrassed and upset and sad they had made that person, they actually felt bad. And yeah, many of them went on their own volition and apologised to those couple of girls. And, but these other time, Kuma, so they made the fucking girl put shorts on, or another girl put a big fucking shirt on, told him to go and buy a fucking dark coloured swimsuit. Just bullshit. So yeah, this bit I'm clocking, because this is a lot of the time how fucking unprepared teachers will accidentally screw shit up.
And I changed 4 high schools. I changed 4 high schools because I wasn't bullied. I wasn't like a nerd or people weren't mean to me, but it was constantly that.
So what do you guys think? Does Trisha talking about bully in the present time change your perspective on the situation if you were leaning towards believing what she said over the past few months? Also, I want to comment on one thing that was said in the clip that we just watched. Do you guys actually believe that Trisha got sent home from school from the ages of 6 to 8 for not wearing a bra? Some of this stuff is just common sense. First off, it's very rare for a child at that age to even have a chest. And also, what parent is going to come to school in the middle of the day to pick up their kid and take them home because the school said little 6-year-old Trisha couldn't come back until she put a bra on? You guys, as a parent, I would lose my shit on the school because the first time would be the last time that was said about my kid. Trisha said this happened over a span of 2 years. It's just not a realistic story from so many angles.
I could imagine something approaching something similar to that happening, around the, say, 12, 13, 14 mark. Yeah. Perhaps even 11. Some girls do develop quite young. And same thing, I felt I felt really sorry for the girls that developed young in my class, because same deal, it's so fucking natural and normal, but they were held up as freaks and made fun of and just humiliated by little fuckwits that didn't know, like, who obviously were not well parented. Like, I mean, I wasn't well parented, but I got values instilled in me. Like, I was really fortunate in that way that, one of my parents was really untogether, bless him, and one of them had to be absent for their own safety, and so I just wonder what kids hear at home that makes them be such little losers at such a young age. I really do.
That's the thing with Trisha. They tell some pretty unbelievable stories that are clear-cut lies. But anyways, I just thought it was interesting that Trisha in the present time actually confirmed that they were bullied in school, even though over the past few months Trisha has been trying to spin a new version of
bullying is really common. Okay, it's really, really common. Sometimes when you're bullied, you don't realize how common it is because you can only see yourself being bullied. But you have a look at the data. And I'm not saying bullying happens more now either. Bullying was rife in school when I was in school, and it, according to my mum and that, it was rife back then as well. It was just, it displayed differently, and nowadays you're expected to pipe up and you can have a fair expectation of receiving some kind of support. Yeah, I'm not saying it always works like that, but that's the expectation. Whereas back up until very recently, most of the time you were told to just toughen the fuck up, you little princess, get used to it, or or you were blamed for it. Well, you shouldn't wear clothes like that. Well, you shouldn't back chat. You shouldn't stand up for yourself. That kind of stuff. So, yeah, like bullying is another one. Take it as a given that most people have experienced bullying either in childhood or at some stage in the workforce. Because some people are just fucking bullies and they'll try it on. They just will try it on.
Her life. So now let's talk about the copyright claim that was put on my first video.
Boo. Fuck you, Trisha, for that.
So most of you know that Trisha claimed my first video, which is a really shitty thing to do because if I didn't fight the claim, then they get...
Yes, here. Let us fucking drink to that. Trisha Paytas, that was a shitty thing to do. You scab.
all my ad revenue. But the interesting thing about this is the specific timestamps that Trisha claimed. And I believe Trisha claimed these clips because they're trying to erase what was said in the past about their teachers. In my mind, if you have nothing to hide and you're being honest in the present time, why are you trying to discredit your book? And why are you trying to erase the fact that you said nothing illegal happened with your teachers? So as you guys can see, there are 3 claims on this video. And the clips that Trisha picked were so specific. I had so many clips in the first episode. In fact, if you look at the description of my video, there is a list of all all the videos that I pulled clips from to use in the first
that's
episode.
mental.
I don't
Topping out
think
the
what
list
was
of
chosen
titties.
was picked randomly, because
No.
all the clips are found in the beginning, the middle, and the end of the episode. So if you don't know much about YouTube copyright claims, one thing you can do to get your ad revenue back immediately is to edit out the timestamps that were claimed. And the 3 that Trisha chose would completely discredit my video if I chose to erase them. So the one at the bottom here, if you watch the first video, is the clip of Trisha talking about the car crash that she had in 2005. But we're going to skip over that one for now because it isn't as important as the other 2. The second one here is about Trisha's book.
their
And
nose
this
on
clip is where Trisha said that they were nothing but honest in this book. I'm going to play part of this clip just so you guys can see which clip I'm talking about. And if Trisha claims this video, then Trisha, you're taking money from charity, so I would hope you wouldn't do that. But let's just go ahead and do it. And
Yeah, Trisha, I remember that. You claim this video, you're fucking taking money out of needy people and animals. I think it's just people taking money away from proper victims. All right, that's a very scummy thing to do. You should, even like, just even to save face, you should make a whopping donation to this charity just for fucking copyright claiming Mysterious's first video. Like, I mean, we'll know that it's bullshit, but at least you'll be helping out a charity, and we can say that superficially you did the right thing. Yeah, because that was full on cunt act, full on proper mile.
see what happens. Here's the clip.
I mean, I am nothing but honest in this book. And when I went to go write this book, I wanted nothing but honest, which is very hard for me.
This entire clip backs up how genuine the book is, and erasing this clip would discredit so much about the first episode because
she didn't have as much to lose back then, did she? So, so she could afford, and also she didn't have the woke thing, the performative wokester element to have to persuade and pretend, and be the leader of.
I focus so much on quotes from her book, and Trisha knows that. Now, the next clip I want to look at is the puberty Q&A that Trisha claimed. Do you see the specific timestamp that is selected right here? What's interesting about this clip is that they were even more specific with the timestamp, because in my video, this clip actually starts at 32 minutes and 12 seconds. So there's about 40 seconds of this clip that Trisha cut off. I'm not going to play the clip that Trisha didn't claim just to save time, but if you don't believe me, you're more than welcome to go to the first video and start at 32 minutes and 12 seconds to see the full clip. But my question is, why not claim the whole clip? If this was all random. Now, I think it's because that specific timestamp that Trisha chose was to erase the fact that Trisha said in the past that nothing illegal happened with their teachers. And here is that clip.
It wasn't until my freshman year of English gym that I had a wrestling coach. He was our gym teacher and English teacher. He was so hot. He was premature gray. He was so freaking hot. Loved him. And I loved, I would always be like, I don't know, where do I put the heart? We had heart rate monitors. Where do I put the heart? I was like the little memes. Again, no teachers ever did anything appropriate with me. Nothing like that. I don't want to even go there. My biology teacher my sophomore year was my ultimate crush. I just got so turned on by him. So much.
I cannot imagine ever having a fucking crush on a teacher. I just can't. Yuck. Yuck.
I literally got wet in the panties in class over him. He was so hot. And then my college teachers, I was just teacher.
That's not their role. You don't, if someone is introduced to you in a certain role, you don't fucking think of them outside that role. It's the same as if you're introduced to oh, hello, this is Barry, and this is Barry's fucking girlfriend Margaret, and Barry's a bit of a looker. You don't fucking get attracted to Barry. Barry's not available. It's that person's your teacher, that person's your doctor. You don't fucking ask your doctor out for a date. You just got to respect the roles that people fucking play. They're not playing, but do you know what I mean? The roles that they have in their lives. Just not know your place. That's not the right way to say it, but what the fuck are you being taught that you would even think to cross that boundary in that manner?
and like authority figures and like people who had control and who were educated and
This specific clip here, when I seen it for
Everything
the first
you're
time,
not.
I just immediately thought there's no way they are lying in this clip, because Trisha literally lights up with
Yeah,
joy
look it
talking
up.
about these teachers. And if you compare it to the clip that we watched in the first episode when Trish talked about her mom's boyfriend Tiger, just the tone in Trisha's voice, I felt how hard it was for her to talk about it. I wanted to show you guys the specific timestamps that Trisha
much
claimed
acting.
because I just think it shows that Trisha is trying to hide this. And hopefully once we get into talking about Mr. Rainey, you will fully understand.
Yeah, it's less acty. That one back there, it's less acty. She still seems kind of acting-ish. But these, like you see her these days, it's so acting. It's so performative. Like she puts on the right facial expression for everything, every emotion that she says, you know, blah, 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 blah. You have to, like, as soon as I see that, I know the person's acting. I know if you're acting out every emotion you're talking, you're acting, man. You're acting. Seriously. That means you're self-aware of what you're saying and you are acting out to reinforce that you're trying, you know, that you want people to believe you. It's like, it's kind of subtle and stuff, but once you can see it, you see it in everyone, especially on YouTube, or, you know, and on the news and just the acting, the fucking acting.
And where I'm coming from. So I know some of you are still having a hard time with questioning Trisha on the things that happen with their teachers. Trust me, I completely understand why. It's hard to question someone that is coming out as a victim. If you want me to be completely honest, I 100% believe Trisha when they talked about the water bottle incident on Frenemies, because I had no reason not to believe her until I realized how much they actually lied and how much the stories didn't line up. Here's the thing with Trisha. They are seriously a pathological liar. They lie about things that are really small, and they lie about...
I would hazard a guess to say that probably, that, you know, under you know, long term what is the word when you're you know, observation you know, to obtain diagnosis, I would say that her lying is pathological in its proper definition, in terms she cannot help herself. Because there seems to be this position, this ID position that she needs to maintain at all times, and so she will shift reality and history and everything to stay in that place, because you know, that's obviously her safe place, where she's in control and she's got, you know, every, you know, whatever ticks all those boxes for her. Yeah. So I mean, a lot of people do it the opposite way. You know, they come through reality and that they arrive at who they are through that. Whereas Trisha's kind of externally picked who she's trying to be, and then trying to shift reality to keep it that, which it never will be, never has been, can't be. It's really sad, really, in a way. It's really fucking sad. It's a super lonely person, man. A super lonely person who feels really fucking unloved. It's a pity, because, you know, if she was a better person, she might not sabotage herself so much all the time, you know. But it wouldn't matter how much I feel sorry for her. I wouldn't want to be friends with someone like that. You know, I won't be friends with somebody like that, because they don't treat relationships with enough respect. They don't take people seriously enough. You know what I mean? Like, nothing important is of value to them. It's all just fodder and ammunition to keep them on top. So yeah, I would actively not be friends with somebody like this.
things that should never be lied about. Trisha has no limits to the lies that they tell the public. The bigger the lie, the more attention Trisha gets. Trisha actually posted something on her Instagram that I found really interesting, and I want to read it to you guys. The post said, emotional abandonment in childhood leads to insatiable hunger for attention in adulthood. It can feel like your need for attention is never
like this is what I mean. This is like the like Trisha eating the woke dictionary, you know, and now like she's such a fucking skinwalker. And now she's like, oh, you know, I've done 7 minutes of therapy and I've learnt this new language, and now I'm going to explain everything, explain me to you, but I'm going to explain it all in a way that it enables me to maintain being a victim so I can keep control. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, emotional abandonment leads to, no, it doesn't. It may lead to. Everybody's different. Emotional abandonment comes in many different forms. So, like, this is an absolute nothing burger of a statement. Emotional abandonment in childhood, which most people suffer from some form of, yeah, once again, you're not special. Most of us have emotional abandonment issues to deal with in our childhood, or have dealt with. So in some people, it can lead to an insatiable hunger for attention in adulthood. However, other things have to have happened as well to reinforce that need for attention. Because we know that psychotic states or disorders generally always have more than one cause or one event that caused. So emotional abandonment is going to have an effect on a person. How that effect is manifested is unique unto that person. This is a sympathy sad fishing post. It makes me want to vomit.
Satisfied, no matter how much you are actually receiving. Now, this post was actually in the last week or so, and it actually describes Trisha so well. In Trisha's childhood, they would lie and make up stories as a shield for bullying and to get attention and acceptance from their classmates. The stories and lies were
or for power. Some people like the power they get by lying because they know something that you don't, and they've fooled you. Okay, that's what I mean. It doesn't, I'm sorry, Mysterious, but it doesn't have to have been those reasons at all. She could have simply gotten off on fucking deceiving people. It could be so many reasons for this.
Harmless when Trisha was younger, but the more attention Trisha got, the more Trisha would push boundaries to satisfy the hunger for attention. But Trisha is still not satisfied even today because Trisha keeps making up stories or lying about serious things.
I don't think the hunger for attention is the end thing she's after. That's just kind of how she gets the power. I think what she wants is power over people. I really do. I guess at the heart of that is she wants power over herself. She very much acts like a person who feels powerless about themselves.
Which leads into some of the stuff I want to show you guys in this segment. One thing I want to point out before we get started is shortly after Trisha posted this, they ended up deleting it, which is very interesting to me as well. So
I am so sorry. I did not see the comments. Liana Taylor. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so used to streaming to nobody. And my screen's over here. I forgot to pop it out and stick it on the other screen. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I am Australian. I'm currently locked down in Melbourne, where they just, they've locked us in our homes and they're just never letting us out. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so I might be here for a long time. But hi from Melbourne. I live near the beach down near Melbourne. Trish is a pathological liar and she needs serious help. Yeah, darling, I absolutely believe that. I think that's kind of Mysterious's point too, and it's one of the reasons why I really do believe that she should, of her own volition, leave the internet if she's serious about you know, finding out who she really is and getting some kind of ease in her soul, and alleviating a lot of this need to control and manipulate and lie, and find some kind of inner contentment. Yeah, I really think that that stuff cannot be done as a performance, and it cannot be done in public. You know, that stuff's got to be done. You can be led too many different directions. Doing it in front of everybody is intensely private and personal stuff as well, and you're not educating people. But I mean, that's the excuse people say, oh, but I just want to educate people on fucking how it all. It doesn't, because you are not in. Just because you're doing the therapy doesn't mean you're qualified to explain the therapy, especially not while you're participating in the therapy. You know, a couple of years later, or quite a decent time later, you can look back when you've got patterns and all that kind of stuff, and you can speak about the process you went through with the therapy and what it did, but while it's happening, you can't. You absolutely can't. You're too close to it. You have no objectivity because you're the subject. And sorry, I hope the teacher's family finds out and sue her for defamation. Yeah, well, God, like, it deeply disturbs me that the tales that she's told about this man, and that he happens to be conveniently dead. And I really admire the way Mysterious put all that together in the last video, because it's something that's been gnawing at me for quite a long time, you know, watching, you know, everybody kiss Trisha's ass and about what a great person she is and how she's growing into this one, you know, and I was like going, I'm not seeing any of this, man. I'm seeing the same fucking person, and someone who is pointing the finger and calling people like criminals, who's got some dark bullshit in her past that other people, you know, that we all seem to be conveniently overlooking. It really fucking disturbed me. So when Mysterious put it out so cleanly and clearly, yeah, I was kind of just going, yay, thank you. And that's not because I think Trisha should go to jail or anything like that. I think, you know, if the family have been harmed in any way, then I would, of course, support action for recompense. But to me, it's a human issue. You have denigrated your fellow man for your own benefit in one of the most egregiously damaging ways that you could harm a male human in this society. And he cannot speak for himself. So many red flags there. So many red flags. Like, that goes beyond distasteful and into the realm of, bitch, you need fucking, like, that's almost criminal. You need serious help if you're justifying that shit. Okay, anyway, sorry, let's get back to, and I'm sorry, Liana, I will keep an eye on the chat. I'm so sorry for missing your comments. I feel so rude.
Let's talk about some clear-cut lies from Trisha so that you guys can see that they have no limits or boundaries to the things that they will lie about. I want to show you a clip that will lead into a recent lie that was revealed about Trisha. In a recent podcast episode that was uploaded on August 17th, Trisha was talking about their transgender video and their DID scandal. Check it out.
The first DID video and the transgender video, I was being really vulnerable. And to me, those are two things that are, why would someone want to fake it? That's the worst kind of attention you could have on you, because not only is that a stigma that whoever you date, I was single at the time, whoever you date, some people don't want to date transgender, female to male, and a lot of people don't want to date, especially if they're older and you want a relationship because of them, someone who's mentally ill, because it could be passed down to your children. So those are two things that I wouldn't fake. You know, okay, I could fake being a Trump supporter, give me that attention on 24. I could fake being a Republican or something. You know, I can fake Andy Kaufman bits. Men are better, they're superior than women. I can do all that. And then even that I stopped, obviously, because they just weren't good looks. But like, to say I'm transgender, like, how does that help me at the time date? To say I have multiple personalities inside of me, not fully understanding, like,
You're right, Trisha. A normal person wouldn't lie about these kind of things or fake these kind of things. And right now, you guys, I'm just going to focus on the mental health aspect of what Trisha specifically said. Now, they specifically said in so many words that they would never fake or lie about their mental health. So if Trisha truly stands by this statement and faking a mental health diagnosis is off limits to them, then my question is, you guys, then why on earth did Trisha recently get caught for lying about their schizophrenia diagnosis? I'll tell you guys why. And that's because in reality, Trisha has no limits to the lies that they will feed the public. The bigger the lie, the more attention. And I truly believe the mental health lies is a way to excuse their shitty behavior. So before I show you guys how Trisha got caught in this lie, I want to show you what has been specifically said about this diagnosis from Trisha herself. Check it out.
And that's what scares me. And as I get older, like voices in my head and stuff really scared me. I had a therapist a couple months ago diagnose me with paranoid schizophrenia, which is really scary.
A therapist diagnose you? That's not what they're qualified to do. That's weird. So what does she reckon? Schizophrenia. BS. BS. She doesn't show any signs of... I've got fucking a shit ton of friends with schizophrenia, and she does not show any of the behaviour of a schizophrenic.
I do have like problems. Like I'm a little like schizo and I'm a little borderline, so I have like problems, but I'm medicated for it.
What kind of medication are you on?
There's this one called Calyptor. It's for schizophrenia, so it's like I don't hear voices or see things anymore.
Okay, so without that, you actually do have schizophrenia?
Yeah, so I got diagnosed this year with it, but like I honestly think it's something that like got developed. Like I really do, because I never heard voices up until like.
Then it's not schizophrenia; it's a psychotic episode. Schizophrenia generally manifests in adolescence, shows its first signs, and is generally not accumulative. What's the word for when it's progressive, generally, and episodic. I've got to confess, I'm pretty contemptuous of Trisha's self-diagnosing. I'm contemptuous of all self-diagnosis because laymen are incapable of diagnosing. They can assist in helping professionals towards the correct diagnosis, for sure. Like, you're always working in tandem with your health specialists, okay? It's never an either or. You're working together. It's a partnership. But reading a couple of articles on, a Google search and answering some questionnaires and it might seem like health, the human body is a set of interrelated systems that you cannot get a grip on unless you've done years and years and years and years and years of knowledge, okay? A layman's knowledge of health. I've been studying health both professionally and as an amateur enthusiast for over 30 years now, and I know a shit ton about stuff to do with the body. I know nothing. And I know more than the average layman. I still know nothing compared to someone with the level of training and expertise that an MD has. Now, it does not mean that they are these magical creatures that can discern what's wrong with you at the mere sight or laying on of hands. It's not what that means. But it means that they are aware of all the other interrelated aspects of your body that you are not. So, as far as I know, all of Trisha's diagnoses are self-diagnoses. Therefore, they are all bullshit. And the times that she says, "Oh, I've been someone, this my therapist diagnosed me," or all of those have proven to be furfies as well and be untrue. So, I obviously, once again, I'm not unsympathetic to that, because you don't have to excuse me, let me start that again. I'm not unsympathetic to that. I am about the self-diagnosis part, but about the not knowing that something in you is fucked up, but not knowing what it is, that bit I really can relate to. I've had a couple of incorrect diagnoses. One of them went for many, many, many years, and I thought I was bipolar, and it's just turning out now that it's probably not bipolar. It's more on the personality disorder or autistic or autism side of things, or ADHD. It's more those kind of side of things rather than the depression, that kind of side of things. And so I do get that it can be really hard to track down, and I do know that sometimes doctors can be quick to tick a box for you and go, yep, you've got that. But that is why it's really important to be working with, number one, to get second opinions all the time, and be working with someone that you really trust, and somebody who doesn't just follow your orders and do everything you say. Someone who's not scared to say no to you. Because I think a lot of people bully their doctors into telling them what they want to hear, and I think that's really kind of fucked. But anyway, let's keep going.
I'm 32. I also was recently diagnosed twice as schizophrenic this year, 2021. I'm on medication for it. Closely monitoring it for the first 6 to 8 weeks. I didn't feel a change other than not myself, and that was scary. But
so Trisha specifically said they were diagnosed twice. To get a diagnosis on any medical condition, you have to have testing to determine whether or not you have it or don't have it. Schizophrenia is not something that is easily diagnosed.
She doesn't have the history. She doesn't have the behavioural history. Okay, she spends enough time online for us to have picked up patterns of behaviour. Yeah? Apart from trying on other people's fucking personalities and stuff. All right, which that's a deliberate choice that she does for manipulation purposes. She does not exhibit any of the criteria for a schizophrenic episode or a schizophrenic personality or behaviour. So to get an official diagnosis of schizophrenia, a person has to show at least 2 of the following symptoms most of the time for a month, and some mental disturbance over 6 months. When they were checking me for schizophrenia, I had a lot of those symptoms, but they were born of stress. They were not actually schizophrenic. I thought I was going crazy because I had voices and I had, da 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 da. Turns out there's a few of me in me, apparently. But when luckily, because I'm fucking a bit autistic and I've got to be really specific about everything, I was like, well, what do you mean when you hear voices? Be really specific, because of course I hear voices all the fucking time, but whose voices am I supposed to be? Which voices are you talking about? And she had to tell me exactly what she meant, and I was like, okay, well, when you put it that way, no, I do not hear those kinds of voices in my head. So I have to answer no to that question. But if it had, like, my doctor knew me really well. She'd known me for a few years. She knew how particular, and, she knows I'm fucking neurodiverse, and she knew I was very detail orientated and very specific with language. But other doctors don't get that. They just keep repeating the same thing. They don't make allowance for people taking information in differently and receiving it. And you can give wrong answers because you misinterpret the question. So anyway, yeah. So having these, at least 2 of these for 6 months or whatever, does not automatically mean that they then diagnose you schizophrenic. They then say, okay, we can rule out that, However, you know, this could be episodic, could be due to stress, could be, you know, sometimes it is you're having a minor epileptic seizure that can cause some of the symptoms that mimic some of the symptoms of schizophrenia in the short term. Like all sorts of things. You can have a brain tumour. So you're not automatically, if you have 2 of these in the last 6 months, you're not automatically, bang, that's it. That means you've got schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is not something you get anyway, but something you are. So, yeah, even this is what I mean. This is the layman thing, filling out the check sheet. That is, the doctor doesn't do that and then go, yep, okay, you've got this. It's a guide for him or him or her that sets them down a path, you know, by which then they start eliminating this, and Diagnosing is incredibly difficult. If your doctor does it quickly, be sus. Go and get another doctor. Always get second opinions. Okay, so it's delusions. Okay, so following symptoms 2 or more of most of the time for a month, and some mental disturbance over 6 months. Now, some mental disturbance is very general, yeah, and it has to be very general because it's very specific to your usual patterns of behaviour. So 1, delusions, which are false beliefs that the person won't give up, even when they get proof that they're not true. Now, once again, you know, women that have been catfished get this. They won't believe that, you know, the person is a liar and all this stuff. Does that mean they're schizophrenic? No, it doesn't. But they are having delusions. Hallucinations, hearing or seeing things that aren't there. I'm pretty sure we're all fairly familiar with what hallucinations are. Many of us have also had some, either deliberately or, far more scarily, accidentally. Hallucinations also can be a symptom of stress. You know, once again, when it was thought that I was having a psychotic episode, I was having a psychotic episode, but they thought that it was caused by a psychotic disorder. It wasn't. It was caused by an intensely high and intensely prolonged period of insane stress from all different from all different parts of life, and it literally sent me crazy. Yeah, it was very interesting, because if I hadn't have had such a switched on doctor, I would have ended up in a mental home being medicated for psychosis, and that would have been wrong. Okay, disorganized speech and behavior. Once again, that can manifest in many different ways. Catatonic or coma-like days. That's quite scary when you come across a friend who's non-responsive like that and they're not faking it. Bizarre or hyperactive behavior. So you can see all those symptoms, they're all fairly broad and fairly general, yeah? So, of course, tick all those boxes. Yeah, of course, that's not going to automatically mean you've got schizophrenia. But it does give you a basis for knowing quite definitively that something is out of the ordinary and either requires more attention or requires some kind of action. Okay? Being cold. The weather's been with spring here, and spring in Melbourne means, like, it doesn't matter what kind of day it is. The evenings and that get really fucking cold. All right, keyboard, let's go. Come on, we're only a quarter of the way through.
What I've seen online, there isn't just one test that determines you have schizophrenia. It's a very time-consuming process, which includes personality test, ink blot test, a full psych evaluation, full medical exam.
Ink blot test, the Rorschach test she's talking about.
Blood test, just to name a few. So this isn't just something you show up at the doctor for it and they run one test and a week later they tell you have schizophrenia. So the fact that Trisha specifically says they were diagnosed twice in a very short time span makes it pretty unbelievable. And it's unbelievable because
highly unbelievable. It's just not the process. It's not the diagnostic process. Like, she is so insanely full of shit. Like this, I honestly, it blows me away. Like that's why I kind of worry about the level of education and fucking ignorance in America and to a lesser extent Australia, is because like a lot of the time you can listen to you and you go, no, that she's talking shit, because you know that's not how things work. But then you get these people and they're just like, they swallow it and they're just like, oh, this is like that, and you're just like, but that can't be true, because that's not how that happens. That's not how that works. That's not fucking what goes on. It's like, so that's what I mean about the damage that she spreads. Like, I don't know how she's seen as any authority on anything other than fucking hurting people, you know, making sure that she's getting fucking attention. Because someone who has specialised in doing nothing but fucking with people to get attention has not had time to educate themselves on anything. Anything. How many books a week do you think she reads? How many non-fiction books do you think she reads? Do you know what I mean? Like, what? It's wasted intelligence, just wasted.
Because this whole thing is a lie. On August 19th, 2021, Trisha went live with Dr. Drew, and Dr. Drew flat out said that Trisha didn't have schizophrenia.
Oh my God, this was so embarrassing. This was so embarrassing. She just lied out of her ass to him, and he just fucking diddled himself the whole time. Oh my God, I can't work out whether... No, I'm not going to say that. That's really rude. But there is something, like, so many men just want Trisha on their dick. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. Like, it's gross. It's kind of one of the reasons why I thought that Frenemies would last a little longer, because what's his name didn't play up to her, like, didn't respond to any of her, like, didn't get coquettish with her, you know what I mean? Didn't try, like, ugh. Speaking of that, you know who, surprise, surprise, I've been watching somebody give Trisha a pass recently, and just bend over backwards to, what is the word, to excuse her for everything done over the last few weeks. It's been really interesting because I made a joke. Like, I was like, oh, haha, what's the bet that Trisha's in his DMs, you know, because she's quite famous for going into content creators and, you know, manipulating them behind the scenes and trying to get them to say certain things and, you know, this and that and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh, the channel I'm talking about is Sebastian Soto. I don't know if you've heard of them, but he's a little one-man band. He does the I'm So Sweet and, you know, we're the cute bestie, best friend. That's his shtick, you know. You know, he's kind of, I guess he's quite, like, probably as very one of the few T channels that's actually growing at the moment. You know, which I guess is a good thing because he uploads very frequently, and he does play the kind of, you know, the cute, let's, you know, the bestie thing, which seems to be really popular. However, yeah, I was just made a little personal joke the other day, going, fucking hell, bet your Trisha Paytas is in his DMs, you know, like what, like. And I made a little comment saying, oh, it's quite difficult watching people just continually give Trisha a pass, you know. And strangely enough, he fucking answered it back and was butthurt, got a whole sandy crack at me, you know, going, you know, exactly where am I giving her a pass, you know, da 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 da. And I was like, well, sorry, you asked for feedback, and here's my feedback. As an observer, you've been extra lenient on Trish over the last few weeks, you know. You've been excusing her for all sorts of things. I'm sure your back is very sore from, you know, all that bending. Well, guess who has just popped up advertising an interview with Trisha Paytas on his channel, little 19,000 subscriber channel. These people are going, why is Trisha going on this channel? Sebastian, not as innocent as you make out, are you? I mean, nothing wrong with that. I'm not fucking like, I'm not like being mean or anything like that. It's just like, seriously, YouTubers, man, they're not genuine. They're not genuine. Okay? They're just not. Everyone is playing a fucking game, man. Everyone's playing a game. So yeah, I just thought that was pretty funny, man. Sebastian, you been busted. I'll bet you any money she has been fucking like fingering your butthole for at least the last several weeks, gummying you up and promising you stuff. I know that sounds so mean, doesn't it? But no, it just made me laugh. It made me laugh because, you know, he gaslighted me when I fucking told him what I was seeing. And, well, you know what happens to people that gaslight, don't you? Their light goes dark.
And Trisha did not even challenge him when he said it. Check it out.
I understand you had a schizophrenia diagnosis at one time. That is not what you have. But I could see how if you had these kinds of symptoms, somebody might think that.
Well, they put me on medication for schizophrenia. I don't know like if I have it, but that's what I'm on right now. And it's like this new. It's like, I don't know.
No. You're having borderline. You should know this about borderline syndrome. But borderline, the name borderline was originally invented by psychoanalysts. It was like during the 50s or maybe before that. To what was borderline was they were considering these patients borderline psychotic, and so they were people that were having psychotic symptoms but were not schizophrenic. You understand? And so the psychotic symptoms can be helped with the antipsychotics. It's just part of the borderline process.
That's so interesting because I went,
That's so interesting. You know, that's American for I don't believe you. I'm smarter than you. I'm gonna fucking just take my own word. Thanks.
My therapist can't give me medication, so I went to a psychiatrist, and it was just 2 or 3 meetings, and they were like, "Oh, you should be on this medication."
Yeah, well, we know that psychiatrists are fucking just garbage pill pushers, don't we? You know, like holy shit. I don't understand psychiatrists. They can get fucked.
And so it's help with it. But so it's psychosis is part of borderline because I thought it was 2 different like disorders. I thought there was like a psychotic disorder and a mental disorder.
No, Miss Woke Star, see, you don't know fucking anything, do ya? You just pretend to know it because you've been to a couple of counselling sessions and borrowed their fucking textbook so you can regurgitate it to people like an authority when you're not. How's this like still? That is just gorgeous, isn't it? I want to screenshot that so bad. It doesn't even look like her. She looks almost like, what's that other, like, that horrible Angelina Jolie, is it? How do you screenshot again? I fucking always forget the shortcut. No, that's not it. Too bad.
Oh, it was originally called borderline psychotic. That was the original term. And because there can be prominent psychotic symptoms, but they don't progress, they don't go anywhere. They're just, part of what, they can come and go, much like you're experiencing it. I'm wondering if maybe all your drug use didn't suppress that.
You would think.
Hells yeah, because it's one of the things that drug use does. It fucks with. It can either, channel your psychosis another way, or it can suppress your psychosis for a later date because you're, running in a different direction. And it can retard your emotional development. It can retard your personality development. All sorts of, da-da-da-da-da. Like, if we're going to take drugs, we've got to keep them on the fun side, and keep them on the when drugs become lifestyle based, you're going to make your future healing a little more complicated. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, it is a pity. That's why all drugs should be legal and pure and da-da-da, and we should teach people how to use them properly, because they should. We shouldn't have the need to get that fucked up. That all came out so wrong. And I didn't, because I didn't really mean to start talking about harm reduction or anything like that. But yeah, strangely enough, Dr. Dickhead is not that far off. He's on the mark here.
Trisha would challenge Dr. Drew on this if they had two psychiatrists diagnose them with this disorder. But all they said is the doctor put her on the medication and followed that up with, I don't know if I have it. Trish, what do you mean you don't know if you have it? You specifically said that you were diagnosed twice. I wouldn't be surprised if Trisha isn't even on the medication that they claim to be on.
Well, we saw that, we know that people don't necessarily listen properly, right? You saw that when there was the psychologist lady speaking to Shane Dawson in I think it was the Eugenia Cooney video. They're sitting, I think it was the Jake Paul video. Was the sociopath one. And they're sitting on a couch, and she's talking to they're talking, and he's like, oh, I've always felt this need to help somebody or whatever, and help people and this and that, and she's gone, yeah, well, you're probably highly empathic, and Shane, the fucking dipshit, has completely misinterpreted and jumped on that and goes, oh, you mean I'm an empath? Oh, cool, I'm an empath. And then he's gone off saying I'm an empath for the rest of eternity after that. And that's not what she said. Do you know? So it's quite possible that old mate has been explaining some of this, maybe explaining the medication to her, and has made reference to, this is similar to, schizophrenics take medication for this, it's on that spectrum or something like that, and her brain has just heard, because she's the I'm special girl and it's all about me, she's heard that, oh yay, I'm schizophrenic, now I've got something else I can tag on myself and elicit sympathy and attention out of other people for. So you know what I mean? She just could have misheard it, and she may not have been actually spoken to incorrectly by the person who gave her the drugs. But I mean, a lot of the time, this is why I don't like psychiatrists, because they ask you what you want, they ask what you came here for, and then they give it to you. It's scary.
I've seen commercials for this medication they claim to take. It's just interesting that it's a very well-known med that's on TV. Yeah. But anyways, Trish ended up explaining herself on a podcast.
Which means that she probably doesn't have anything diagnosable or what, you know what I mean? Or they were just like, oh yeah, this and that, give her this, that'll shut her up. Because that does happen too. They give you these general, non-specified medications that are kind of generally in the area that you're on, and if you get some relief from them, they go cool and keep you on them. And if you don't, then they start you on another one, or they take you down another diagnosis path.
Last episode that was uploaded on August 24th, 2021, and this is what Trish had to say. Roll the clip.
So on that note, let's talk about me being misdiagnosed. Okay.
You weren't misdiagnosed.
I don't know if I've been misdiagnosed because I'm on medication that treats schizophrenia. So for me, I'm schizophrenic. He's like, you're not.
Oh my God, she's still so dumb. You could take drugs for all different things. The drug I was taking for my mood fucking wig outs was for my anxiety. It's an epileptic drug. They give it to people with epilepsy. Doesn't mean I've got epilepsy. This is what I mean. Just layman. We don't know anything.
Schizophrenic. And I should have asked him to delve deeper, because he goes, sometimes hallucinations go with borderline, and borderline, this is something else that I was totally misinformed. Borderline was originally borderline psychosis disorder or psychotic disorder.
Hallucinations also go with speed, meth, and other uppers. Oh, that's another fantastic still, isn't it? Lip injections freak me out. When I see people with lip injections, that's all their face is lips. It messes with my head. It messes with my head really badly.
We changed it to borderline personality disorder. I don't know, to make people feel better, or just be like, you just have a personality disorder. You're not.
No, you dickhead. They don't change the name of the diagnoses to make people feel better. They change the name of the diagnoses to better reflect the nature of the disorder, illness, of the diagnoses. It is a refining. As they get more data, more understanding, and more knowledge, we refine our terms. That's why, for the short period of time, medicine used terms like idiot, moron, retard, etc., as measures of intellectual incapacitation. That's why after about 80 years, when they realised that that was shit, it's not the way things work, that's why they got rid of them and they're no longer terms. Like, that process is constantly happening in science and medicine all the time.
Psychotic disorder, which is like, I thought that was me. But because I was referred twice to get this medication for schizophrenia, I was like, well, I'm schizophrenic. Like, I'm hearing voices. I'm schizophrenic.
So I was diagnosed twice. Turns to, oh, I just assumed I was schizophrenic because this medication is given to schizophrenics. She's nothing. She's fucking nothing.
Check. I'm in fact not. And a lot of people have been saying that. So like, kudos to you for being an online therapist and knowing that before me. I honestly was just like, I'm schizophrenic. It's like, that's what it is.
Excuse me. Kudos for you and knowing it before you. You're a fucking dipshit fucking YouTuber lady. You don't fucking, like, well, kudos for you, the therapist, knowing it. He's supposed to, or she is supposed to know it before you. You're the end of the line. You don't need to know this shit. Like, what the fuck? She's no doctor. I mean, she's not even intellectually clever. She's cunning. But she is not cognitively, ain't that big brained.
You guys notice something significant between the Dr. Drew video and the clip we just watched? I will give you a hint. Look at these two screenshots. The one on the left is from the Dr. Drew video, and the one on the right is from Trisha's
same
podcast.
clothes, same
what
makeup.
looks the same? Y'all, she is in the exact same outfit, has the exact same hair and makeup, which means she filmed the podcast episode the exact same day as the live stream with Dr. Drew. Yes, Trisha uploaded this like 4 days after the Dr. Drew live, but it's pretty clear that she filmed it right after the live stream. So wouldn't you think if Trisha was diagnosed twice, she would follow up with her actual doctor and ask them questions about their diagnosis?
I doubt she has an actual doctor. I'm guessing she doctor shops a fair bit.
Before filming a video telling the internet that they did not have schizophrenia. Also, wouldn't you think that Trisha would trust her own doctors more than a celebrity doctor that does this for entertainment? I know that's what I would personally do if I got diagnosed twice with a disorder like schizophrenia. But the reason Trisha did not do that, you guys, is because Trisha knows it's a fucking lie. When I saw this, you guys, I was pissed off because it's not cool to use mental health as a weapon on the internet. It's not cool to self-diagnose and exploit the illness to get attention and money. People actually have to live with mental disorders like this and go through serious shit like therapy and different medications just so they can hopefully live a normal life. It's not something that should be lied about and used as a
fucking you go, Mysterious. Fucking tell her. It absolutely is. Like, learn to human, Trish, basically. Because, the world ain't going to put up with you much longer, eh? The world is changing, and it ain't changing in your favour, It just isn't. We're sick of seeing trauma used for victimhood, and we're sick of people weaponizing themselves against other people or weaponizing others against others, and we're sick of people with no morals, and just we're sick of the behind the scenes shenanigans, and we're sick of being treated like idiots, and it's just sick of your shit, man. Like, you know it because, like, look how desperate your content's been lately. It's just reeking of desperation. Like, I don't know. It spins me out why people just, like, maybe because, like, and I like, stumble. Look, it really is easy to sit on the outside and, pick apart somebody's life, isn't it? It's really easy to see where other people are going wrong, but when it's your own self and you're right in the middle of it, like, sometimes the most obvious shit can just be complete. What is it? You can't see the forest for the trees. A lot of the time, you're not willing to give up the things you've got to give up in order to get beyond what you've got to get beyond. And, you know, one of the things Trisha's got to give up is the internet. And I really think she's in denial of that. I really think that she can continue to use social media as her therapist, as her, you know, sandbox that she can be the boss of. It's her what is it? It's her playing field, where she can, you know, play her long cons, and you know, I'm guessing there's a lot of fear involved there, that she wouldn't be able to keep the lights on if she wasn't online, you know, because none of the businesses that she seems to have, you know, entrepreneured for herself have any sustainability. They've all seemed to be fairly short-term kind of cash grabs. She has not really built anything that's going to sustain. You know, I'm guessing she's getting a bit of residual income from frenemies replays, but how many royalties is she getting for her books? She wouldn't be getting any returns for her music because it's not original music, it's someone else's royalties. You know, like the business in turn, like for the fact that she's been online for 15 years and has not even got the smallest bit of an empire going, that's really sad, man. That's really sad. Like, no, you know, we've seen that since Hollywood began. What happens to stars and people that used to be in the money when the money stops? We have plenty of people that used to be rich that die in poverty and in debt because, you know, they didn't invest in their future when the going was good, and they refused to believe that the career that they were in is very short-lived and fickle and will end one day. So at 32, apparently many women by that age start feeling a little like a clock is ticking, you know, on certain things. Like if they want to, I mean, I've never wanted kids, so I don't really get this, but my friends talk about it, about the desire to have a child before it's too late, whether it's your own or you buy one or whatever. You do, when you hit your 30s, you do change. You do. It's the toddler years of your adulthood, your 30s, and you start really growing out of you start growing out of the shit you used to do in your 20s. And sometimes it's kicking and screaming. You don't want to give it up, or you don't want to admit that you're evolving, changing, growing. But that's just what life does to you. That's what making choices every moment of every day, day to day. You know, you evolve. We all evolve. And you can't predict who you're going to be in your 30s when you're in your 20s. And you certainly can't predict who you're going to be in your 40s and 50s. But you can guarantee that your money will run out if you don't replenish it or find a way to keep it coming in. And that society doesn't give a fuck about, especially if you're a woman, they don't give a fuck about you after a certain age. So your voice is going to get quieter and quieter anyway. You know, this society worships youth. So, and that's one thing that we all find out once we age out, you know. You start getting turned down for things, even though you're more qualified for them. For someone younger, cuter, prettier, all that bullshit. So yeah, I can, you know, I know people call her a train wreck now, but I think it could end up very fucking sad, eh? I think it could end up really fucking sad. I've got a song for Trisha Paytas too. I don't know if you two will let me play it. I was going to learn it and just sing it as a cover one day for her, but maybe we'll play it at the end. But yeah.
Shield to make people feel sorry for them and guilty to stop criticism.
Yes.
Remember Trisha's quote, "If I make people feel guilty, I get things awesome." Straight from Trisha's book, this wasn't just a silly statement that Trisha thought.
That's not an uncommon attitude amongst women. I'm sorry, but it's not. Certain kinds of women.
In her childhood, it was a life lesson that Trisha learned from her own mother. And life lessons are something you hold on to in your adulthood. A good example of Trish using this fake schizophrenia diagnosis as a shield was when the BuzzFeed reporter was doing an article on Gabby Hanna. She posted an email she sent to the journalist trying to guilt her into not mentioning Trisha's name in the article she wrote about Gabby. Right here in the email, she specifically says, "I just wanted to email you this morning and ask that if my story is published, please omit anything about Gabby Hanna. While you believe her to be a troll, she really affected my mental health back in January when I did her podcast, when she tried to convince me things happened when they absolutely did not." And then she put in parentheses, "triggered many schizophrenic episodes for me after. Trauma dumped on me, and then recently started harassing me into thinking she's going to expose me. I want zero association with her or her name ever again. She needs serious help, and platforming her on any level is not something I want anything to do with." You know what happened when Trisha put all of this out? Their fans attacked this journalist because she ended up mentioning Trisha in the article. This,
as she had every fucking right to do. This, I honestly don't know why Trish wasn't wrung out to fucking dry by this attempt at controlling another human being after she had gone out of her way. It was like, yes, give me attention, da 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 da. And then she realised it wasn't going, like, Trisha, if you want fucking things written about you that you can control, do what all the fucking self-help gurus do. Buy yourself an article in the Huffington Post or one of those, the fucking such and such a Times, or, all those other, the paid advertisement thing. Write your own fucking article. Because a journalist has no obligation to buy your bullshit, and you cannot command what they write. You have certain permissions that you can rescind. Yes. The journalist is well aware of her ethical and legal limits. She did not break them. You don't have a leg to stand on. This was disgusting. This was fucking disgusting what she did here. And then what she encouraged her gang of fuckwits to do. Like, I don't know, people that go around doing creators' dirty work, like harassing and haranguing and being nasty to other people. It's fucking, it's like, I don't even have a word for it. It's so pathetic. Like, oh my God. Like, seriously? Seriously? Get a fucking life, you fucking losers.
This is a great example of how dangerous things can get with the lies that Trisha tells. It causes a lot of hurt to a lot of innocent people. In fact, the journalist touched on this in a recent article about Trisha, and she...
How's this? Don't piss off Trisha Paytas. This is the article by Scotchy Cool. Excuse me if I've mispronounced your name. For nearly 15 years, Trisha Paytas has been one of YouTube's most prolific and complicated creators. Now they say they're done trolling. Or are they? Paytas didn't even want their name to be mentioned anywhere near Hannah's. An impossible request. A lot of Hannah's online fame is, at this point, tied up with her fights with Paytas. Paytas tweeted cropped portions of our emails that made it seem like I had agreed to keep them entirely out of the article, which I had not. For weeks, Paytas' most staunch supporters have been sending me doxing threats, 1x, suggestions I K myself, demands that I be fired, arsist jabs about my name and appearance, and suggestions that I could be sued for, actually, I'm not sure what. Yeah, exactly, nothing. Whereas Trisha Paytas, you definitely opened yourself up for some fucking litigation. But it's by publishing those cropped tweets and intimating, like, is it slandered? You slandered someone's profession. You slandered a person in their professional capacity. You fucking low life. You fucking low life. My Instagram DMs, Twitter replies, and email inboxes are still filled with them. Despite Paytas's fury, righteous anger and fury over being associated with Hannah in any capacity, suck shit, they did recently go on Tana Mongoose's podcast, Cancelled, and once again publicly discussed Hannah and their ongoing feud. It was just a control play. It was just a control play. Because something other than the narrative she was pushing at the time was going to be written about.
He said the following: Paytas didn't even want their name to be mentioned anywhere near Hannah's, an impossible request. A lot of Hannah's online fame at this point is tied up with her fights with Paytas. Paytas tweeted crap portions of our emails that made it seem like I had agreed to keep them entirely out of.
How scummy is that? And that's deliberate. You're deliberately doing that. So there is no way that that could be anything other than construed as being done in bad faith for the purposes of misrepresenting the truth. Deliberate, calculated. For whose benefit? Guess. Surprise, surprise.
The article, which I had not. For weeks, Paytas's most staunch supporters have been sending me doxing threats, suggestions I kill myself, demands that I be fired, racist jabs about my name and appearance, and suggestions that I could be sued for. My Instagram DMs, Twitter replies, and email inboxes are still filled with them. Despite Paytas's fury over being associated with Hannah in any capacity, they did recently go on Tana Mojo's podcast, Cancelled, and once again publicly discuss Hannah and their ongoing feud. Trisha is a public figure. She can't dictate what gets written about her. When I seen all of this going down, I was in shock over the amount of people that were agreeing.
And like, once again, I will remind you that the woman is a journalist. She has a journalist ticket. She is legally subject to the ethics bound by the journalist code of ethics. God, that was very not smooth the way I said that, but you know what I mean. All right? They are bound legally. They know what they can and can't get away with. Particularly, I mean, this is BuzzFeed, for goodness sake. These trash rags, they know how to keep themselves out of court. They're in court all the time. But they kind of walk that fine line all the time. And they generally don't get in trouble because they're generally not, it might be morally shitty to us and look really fucked, but they're not technically breaking the law. So it is utterly laughable that Trisha thinks she can go up against a big publication and fucking dictate terms. Like, it's laughable.
With Trisha and thinking it was okay to go harass this journalist. Side note, I don't care if you think BuzzFeed is a trashy outlet. Nobody deserves a hate mob sent their way, especially for just doing their job. It was in fact impossible to write about Gabby Hanna without mentioning Trisha Paytas. And I'm sorry, Trisha did that to herself because she uploaded.
Yeah, their stories are their public stories are very intertwined.
Uploaded so many videos and TikToks about Gabby.
Nice pic of Gabby, by the way. She looks really happy.
Hannah over the past couple of years, and she still talks about Gabby Hanna every chance she gets, even though she acts like it's so bad.
She talks about everybody that's ever wronged her, or that she still has fucking some kind of personal grudge about. Like, it's like, and then to try and talk about healing and therapy and all that in the same breath, like, dude, you ain't healing. You're not doing therapy in good faith. Like, this is all just for social media points. It's all of it. It's all for fucking relevancy.
For her mental health if anybody else mentions Trisha in reference to Gabby. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And while we're on the subject of Gabby, let's not forget that Trisha put out so many tweets mentioning schizophrenic episodes because Gabby was tweeting in response to a Frenemies episode where Trisha and Ethan talked about Gabby. This was way before Gabby's series was even posted. Trisha had her own fans afraid for her safety because Trisha was saying that she needed to go get help, even though Trisha was fine enough to leak voice memos and post all these tweets and upload a full YouTube video titled Gabby Please Stop.
Well, I couldn't even watch it. That was just such a load of shit. Such a load. Like, look at me sitting here pretending like she totally made out that, Gabby was gonna come and fucking stab her with a knife or something like that. Like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? That was just disgusting. It was really hard to watch, eh? Like, I don't think I could watch a lot of it because, you know, like, come on. Just, like, when you know someone is outright just making the fucking shit, you know, and they've gotten themselves worked up into that hysterical emotional state, you know, which, you know, is just a state. It's just a state that people work themselves up in to appear to be, like, legitimate. Like, I don't understand why. It's like people have been brainwashed by television, and as long as you act the emotion, people think the emotion is genuine, but that's not really how reality works, eh? That's, you know, you're missing a whole lot of fucking data to assess your...
where she went on and on about how Gabby was triggering their schizophrenia. Oh, and by the way, you guys, these videos have been completely scrubbed from Trisha's channel, which is why the thumbnail images are so bad. I wonder why these videos are deleted. This is what Trisha does. They lie about their mental health and trauma to get attention and to make people feel sorry for them. It's just so messed up to me, you guys. Another thing that I found interesting about this whole situation with the schizophrenia was in a video that was uploaded a few weeks ago, she started talking about how her childhood trauma was triggering schizophrenic episodes. Check it out.
When I started therapy in 2019, like, for real, it was about my breakup. It was about everything happening in the now, which is what I needed. I needed to do that for like a year. I got diagnosed with borderline, so I went to group therapy, talk therapy, and I'm getting diagnosed in 2021.
Group therapy for fucking, like, dude, oh my God. I can't even, I'm not even going to talk about it, okay? You don't go to group therapy for, like, severe disorders. Like, it's counselling, it's not therapy.
On medication for schizophrenia.
No, you're not.
Like, I really had a lot of things to focus on, but I went through some childhood trauma therapy, talk therapy.
Who didn't?
Talking about trauma I had when I was 6 that I've honestly blacked out. And
most of us have blacked out a lot of our past, all right? That's why we have to be really careful with our memories, because a lot of the time our memories, they're not correct or complete, and we are filling in a lot of gaps. You have to be so careful with who is prompting you with a lot of those memories, because you will fill in the gaps with what you're being suggested with rather than, you know, what happened. Because remember, memory is not a video recorder, okay? Memory operates emotionally. And that is actually why we do tend to remember the bad things or the extremely extreme things in our life, because memory being sensory based, they're the ones that imprint the hardest on us. Of course, that does not count for experiences that are so traumatic that we do, our brain covers them up and keeps us safe by hiding them away from our recall. It's not always a good idea to bring those things forward. Sometimes it's enough to just know that there is trauma there, and work on healing it through other than verbal reliving the situation means.
that was a lot. I think that might have triggered some schizophrenic episodes. I'm not an expert, but I think it did.
No, it doesn't. You don't... Oh my God. It would not be... It wouldn't be out of the realms of reality to assume that she might have be affected in some way with symptoms of CPTSD, if that makes any sense, because that also you can, in some cases, it can present as psychosis, some of the effects of CPTSD, and also can sometimes present as parts of your personality, but they're not actually parts of your personality. They're coping mechanisms or trigger responses from way back there that have become part of your day-to-day kind of mental operation. So that's what I mean. These things are really, really difficult to get to the bottom of, and that's why you don't drag the public through the process, because you're just confusing yourself as well as everybody else.
And because I didn't feel like my life, just like schizophrenia doesn't feel like my life. I don't feel like a schizophrenic. I don't think anyone believes that. I don't even believe it.
how you feel is irrelevant.
But they're real and my hallucinations. I need help for it.
This was just interesting to me, and I wanted to play it for you guys because the schizophrenia has been a lie, so I highly doubt she was actually talking about any childhood trauma in therapy. Oh,
But she might have triggered, she might have had a session at some stage that had brought something up that unlocked an old drug state. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you're talking about old memories and stuff, you can actually, just put yourself back in that state physically. So, that's what I mean. So many different things can happen. It's really impossible. Not impossible. It's not impossible. It's complicated. Just to work your own shit out is complicated. Let alone to be so desperate to, hang your hook on a diagnosis so that you can wave it over everybody's heads. That's just, I don't know.
And this clip that we just watched was after the first episode of the series was posted. Trisha did this in a lot of YouTube videos after I uploaded the first episode. It was like she was trying to discredit herself. So just kind of keep that in mind too. One other thing I want to show you guys before we move on to the next slide. There was actually a recent contradiction from Trisha about the hallucinations that she was experiencing. And I want to show you guys real quick. Trisha went on a podcast called Trash Tuesday, and Trisha was specifically asked if she experienced smell hallucinations. Check out what she said.
Can I ask you about schizophrenia?
Yeah.
What are to what degree do you have like auditory hallucinations?
Both. I have auditory and visual. Yeah.
Do you have smell?
Yeah. No.
Then fast forward to a recent podcast episode of My Chemical.
Probably because she hadn't heard of them before, but now she's heard of them. What's the bet? She'll suddenly start getting them.
Balance, Trisha contradicts herself and says this.
And so I've been sober since December 18th, and then he was like, "That your drug use could have been suppressing voices," which was weird because it could also bring on voices from what I've read and stuff like that. So he's like, "It could." So when you got sober is when like kind of these auditory and visual hallucinations, and sometimes even like my smelling and touch hallucinations, like they're very real.
See how she's a skinwalker? She'll just wear anybody's fucking anybody. She will just put somebody on like a fucking jacket, eh? Like, so manipulative. Like, deliberately manipulative. A lot of people that get accused of being manipulative aren't being deliberately manipulative. That's just their way, and they've learnt that their way gets them a certain result, so they've learnt to be like that. Yeah, they don't realise that they're kind of setting people up and trying to control people. Very different to deliberately setting out to manipulate, bamboozle, and control people.
So,
like, all people.
Yeah, on the Trash Tuesday podcast, Trish was specifically asked if they had smell hallucinations, and Trish said no. But fast forward a month later, all of a sudden they magically have them. Shocker, another lie from Trisha. That's the thing with Trisha. She will lie about the lies that she is telling because Trisha can't keep up with it all. Honestly,
And also, she gets these obsessions with elements of people, and then she wants to try them on for herself because she has no core. She has no core being of who she really is. And I'm like, that's sad. Like, and that is something I actually relate to about her. When I seek inside, there seems to be no fucking, inner fucking stripper pole to dance around. There is no core. There's like fragments, and, there's supposed to be one of you. You're supposed to have an anchor to cling to, a you. You're supposed to have a you that is your fucking sanctuary that you can fucking retreat into. And if you don't have that, you don't know who you are, And I really think you can see that a lot with Trish. I really do. And that makes me kind of feel sad for her. What ends that feeling sad for her is how she allows the choices she makes about how to go about living with that, I can't relate to that. I can't. So obviously I lens my fragmented self through the, I see that through very differently than she does, and I deal with it really differently. But it's odd to relate to somebody, to relate to them on one level and then see them do it so differently to the way you choose to do it, you know. And especially if you've deliberately, you know, before in the past chosen a different path because you've known how destructive and unfair and unjustifiable these other ways are. I get the desire to control people. I get the desire to never hear nasty things about yourself. I get the desire for people to always be telling you, you know, your ideas are great and everything's wonderful and all that. But more than that, I understand that that's really bad for you. It's not a good state to be in. It's not a good thing to chase. It's not real. It's not good for you. And you will end up living permanently in denial of anything about yourself that you deem, you know, that you don't want people to notice about you. So, like, it's fucking sad. It's really sad.
Be surprised if the voices and hallucinations were part of the lie as well, because a TikTok account recently found a clip of Trisha talking about how she would lie when she was younger about hearing and seeing things just so that she could hopefully get diagnosed with schizophrenia. Check it out.
Especially when you're a kid, because I would just lie and make up stories every week to like counter what I told them the week before, and they would like literally be like, and that's probably why they diagnosed me with schizophrenia, because I literally was like telling them one week, like literally, yeah, probably I lied a lot in therapy.
You guys, I literally just can't. Like, Trisha puts so much stuff.
Like, I don't know, I've been saying she lies in therapy since she ever started saying she goes to therapy. You know what I mean? Because you don't come out of therapy weaponizing what you learnt in your last session and then fucking attacking people with it. Like, you know what I mean? You're watching that shit week after week after week. She's got new vocabulary, new this, new that, da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, or she's seen some podcast, someone talking, they're talking like this, I don't know, and she's like, oh, cool, so she's fucking, you know, skinned that person, put them on like a jacket, and fucking, like, it's fucking, it's all out there to see, man. It's all out there.
Stuff on the internet that contradicts herself, and she leaves it up, and it's like she forgets about this stuff. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. By the way, this TikTok account is really good at showing contradictions from Trisha. I highly suggest you check it out on TikTok if you have it.
I think Papa Gut does a video where he goes through a bunch of them as well. So if you don't have TikTok, or I mean, I don't go watch TikTok or whatever. Yeah, you can get a bit of a taste of it from one of Papa Gut's videos. I'll see if I can find it and link it
in the description box down below if you're interested. But anyways, you guys, there's so much I could go into about this schizophrenia stuff, but I think that is enough to show you guys to prove the points that I'm trying to make. Trisha has no limits to the lies that she tells the public, and the lies just keep getting bigger and bigger. There is a couple more lies I want to show you guys before we move on to the next segment. Back in Trisha's older YouTube videos and Trisha's book, one thing that Trisha said that really stood out to me was that they would never lie about their family. Check out this clip.
I think my dad thought I was making stuff up, and even my mom, I don't know if anyone believed me, but stuff would go missing. But again, it's kind of like the boy who cried wolf. If you make stuff up, but I never did about my family. I think when it comes to family, real life, human relationships and emotions, I would lie more about stuff of like, oh, my dad's a producer, or I was an extra in a movie when I was 5 and Home Alone, or like that kind of stupid shit. it was never stuff that could like affect someone's life, especially with my stepmom, my dad, my mom, all this stuff.
So fast forward 5 years later, Trisha lied about her own father and stepmom. In the wrestling video that Trisha posted 4 months ago, they claimed that their stepmom forced Trisha's father to stop hugging Trisha because her chest was too big at the age of 8 years old. Check it out.
My own father was told by my stepmother from like at age 8 to not hug me because she thought it was inappropriate to feel my boobs. So I've never hugged my father since. Imagine not getting to hug your father because he's worried that other people think that you're like being sexual with your own daughter. My father, a Catholic going church guy that's never done like a bad thing in his life. And I was like, are you freaking kidding?
Like really fucking weird, right? What stepmom is going to forbid someone's father from hugging their own child? It doesn't make any sense, but I will prove this lie in just a second. But Trisha even blasted her own father and stepmom on a Frenemies episode the week after she uploaded the wrestling video.
I've just popped that Papa Gut video link in the live chat.
This episode of Frenemies has 4.7 million views, and this is what Trisha said. Check it out.
Like even today, like just anything. Well, not just you, but like anyone like was scared to touch me. Like my dad didn't want to hug me because my stepmom's like she has boobs, that's inappropriate. And I was like, why? Like it's
while she's fucking resting her bare boobs on the desk.
Think about like being a girl at like 9 years old, you have big boobs, and your dad won't hug you because your stepmom's like that's inappropriate.
I mean,
that's
you know your family being fucked up.
No, it's different. It's totally different. Like with you and whoever, you don't want to hug.
It is, like, honestly, that's that same thing. I mean, I'm a different generation to Trish by, what is she, 32, and I am, okay, so I'm 16 years older than her. But even in my childhood, you know, we saw that where, you know, the overly moralizing or the worried or the just, I don't know, just the fucking silly kinds of people that would, you know, a lot of my friends were told that they weren't allowed to kiss their father goodnight after a certain age, you know, and that kind of thing, and man, it's not the kid's fucking fault. It just, like, it's weird. It's weird because you're making weirdness where there is none. And why would you do that to a fucking kid? You know, that's not helping them to learn, you know, the boundaries of keeping themselves safe. That's perverting the fucking relationship with their own fucking father. You know, and girls need their fathers to learn about non-sexual opposite sex relationships. Excuse me if I get sex and gender wrong. I dyslexicize a lot of things in my brain. So you need to have your dad around to be able to, you know, kiss and cuddle and wrestle and do all those things with not a single thought of sex involved. You know, it's really important. So yeah, for a mother to be paranoid about that, it's really old-fashioned for starters. Like, I'm not sure if that's such a thing as much these days, but I do know that it was something that many of my friends were subjected to being told by their mothers. So yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one.
You don't hug me. I'm not a huggy person anyways, but it's just like,
So first off, it's just weird for Trisha to spread around this type of information about her own father to millions of people. I get that she hates her stepmom, but this makes Trisha's father look bad as well. Here's why I think it's a lie. First off, in Trisha's book on page 4, she talks about how good her father was about not introducing them to a bunch of different women. And this was taking place around the age of 10. She specifically said in a span of 7 years from the ages of 3 to 10 that their father only introduced them to 2 different women. And the girlfriend that Trisha's father had when they were around the age of 10, Trisha actually liked her. So based on Trisha's book, I don't think her father was dating his current wife when Trisha was 8 years old. So if they weren't even dating, how can she tell Frank that he isn't allowed to hug his own daughter? Like, it makes no sense. Trisha's dad didn't marry his current wife until Trisha was in the 8th grade.
Well, maybe it didn't happen then. Maybe it didn't happen. But I will say it's not I'm not shocked to hear that, because it isn't something that doesn't happen. I just didn't think that it was so common these days, because it seems quite old fashioned. It's something that happened during my childhood a bit, you know.
Grade, which would make Trisha around 13 or 14 years old when they got married. And until that marriage, things were so laid back with Trisha's father. He did anything that Trisha could ask for. It wasn't until that marriage that things started to change a little bit for Trisha. And when I say change, I mean like normal rules that most parents discipline their kids with. But to take it one step even further, there's a quote from Trisha's book that I showed.
Having gone from having a very permissive father that you can, you know, manipulate with ease, to, you know, to father being in a relationship with a woman who expects there to be some discipline surrounding child rearing, you can see how that could have really made Trisha, I mean, sounds quite spoiled in a lot of respects. So you can see how that could have made her wig out a lot, you know, all of a sudden having boundaries being imposed where there never has been, you know, where most of your upbringing may have been a little more lax than it should have been. Once again, I relate to that too. I had 2 different environments, one that had no boundaries, and one that had healthy boundaries. And, well, actually I had more than 2 environments, but there were 2 major ones, the two at the opposite end of the extreme. And yeah, they're really different. One, I had to take accountability for myself. I had chores, I had jobs. I was expected to be here, do the speak a certain way, treat people a certain way, this and that. The other caregiver, I was encouraged to be, wild and run amok. And I mean, there was still some discipline and stuff. It was, there were expectations. I wouldn't say discipline. There was expectations. Everyone had to pull their weight, but yeah, really different.
In episode 1 about the court hearing where Trisha had to testify against her own father. As you can see at the end of the quote, it says, he hugged me and said everything was okay. So right there is proof that he hugged her since she was 8 years old. Do you actually think that Trisha would respect not being able to hug her own father? I don't. No. It just is a ridiculous lie. But the point in showing this to you guys is to show you that Trisha has no limits on the lies that they tell today. They will lie about anything to prove a point that they're trying to make.
Like, look at the way her dad is looking at her. Like, look at her. You can't, that. I know it's just a photo, and it's just a moment in time, and it's not necessarily the truth. But he appears to be looking at his daughter with a lot of love. They're a very handsome family, aren't they?
Even their own family, and that is just so messed up to me. All right, you guys, I got one more lie to show you before we get into the real serious stuff. So
all right, guys, got one more lie to show you.
Trisha's new podcast is really revealing a lot of lies and contradictions about Trisha, and they recently revealed another lie that was in the wrestling video from 4 months ago. Yes, we're going back to the wrestling video one more time. So there was a part in the wrestling video,
this one's full on,
where Trisha said that they were gaining weight on purpose to turn men off from them, and this is what they said. Check it out.
Because I thought at this point, I'm like, people...
Ladies or men, gentlemen, if any of you happen to be thinking of doing that as a way of avoiding unwanted attention, please allow me to inform you now, it doesn't work. Okay? It doesn't work. So don't damage your body or damage your psyche like that. It's quite difficult being the kind of person who does not like scrutiny or doesn't like attention. It can be very easy to warp your personal expression because you can't or don't like you don't like the consequences of attention. So it's a really difficult one, but at the same time, what is the saying? Don't hide your light behind a bushel, right? You must express yourself. You must experiment, find out who you are and be who you are at all costs. A little bit of attention you can learn to push people away. You can learn to put people off. You can learn to just keep on walking. You can learn to put off a vibe that will keep people, just in awe but not come up and talk to you. There's all sorts of things you can do to not be invaded by other people's interest in you. But don't ever let it stop you from, following the types of expressions you want to put out in the world.
Are done sexualize me because so many people call me gross and stuff like that. It's like, I really truly feel in my heart and sabotaging my weight loss and stuff my entire life, like never wanting to lose weight. Like I talked to therapists about it, I've been all this stuff, is I truly feel I don't want any more attention on my body. I like having extra weight because it turns off a lot of men, and that's the truth of it. Like the only way the motivation stopped when I was a kid was when I started gaining weight. And I remember I went away for the summer with my dad and I came back to school, and that same person, my abuser, was like, you got too fat. And I was 10. And I just kept gaining weight because I thought it would turn men off for me. And I still feel that way because as much as I've capitalized and made money and profited off my sexuality, And I own it, because when I'm in control of it, I love it. And I think it's a beautiful, powerful thing. But when I'm not in control of it, it really makes me feel some type of way. And I think that's what started my gender identity issues, because I never looked at myself as sexual. I never wanted big boobs when I kid.
So according to Trisha, in this clip, they sabotaged any weight loss as a kid. They actually gained weight to stop from being essayed. And even today, in the present time, they gain weight because they don't want the attention. And if you watched episode 1 of this series, you know that some of the stuff that Trisha's saying in this clip is already a lie. But in a very recent podcast episode, Trisha actually elaborated more on this, and they said the complete opposite of what they said 3 months ago. Check it out.
When I was a child, like I wanted to be anorexic. Like I wish I could just stop eating. Like I wanted to look skin and bone. I still want to be that weight loss story that people congratulate me for losing weight, whether that's healthy or not. I'm telling you.
I know that might sound quite unrealistic to some people, but it's not uncommon for an adolescent young woman to want to be that unhealthily skinny, not just for the slimness, but for the imaginary attention you would get. It's a victim mentality thing. You know, if I'm that sick and that frail and that this, you know, no one can be mean to me, everyone will treat me gently, everyone, you know, no, that kind of thing. And that is it's a fantasy in your head. But it, you know, it is real, and it does come from somewhere very genuine. You don't know how broken that thinking is at that age. You just don't. You only know, and you cannot even articulate most of your desires at that age. Most of the time, they're just a feeling of discomfort that compels you to act or to move or to, you know, to not sit still. You don't know why you're doing what you're doing. You just have these desires and wants, or these dissatisfactions. So it's not like, what's wrong with you? Why would you want to be anorexic? It's not that. It's not that you want to be anorexic. It's you want what you perceive those people are getting, which is attention, sympathy, a crowd around them attending to all their needs, you know, people treating you with kid gloves, you know, and you're seeing that, and so you think that this is the path to that. You don't know any better. You don't know any better. You're a brainwashed little teenager full of hormones and an undeveloped brain.
Right now, I'm not healthy. I will always think thin is more attractive than fat. And this is coming from someone who's been fat my entire life.
Welcome to society. Society values thin more than it values fat. That's not, you know, you should not beat yourself up for having that belief. Recognize it. Recognize that it's a false belief. You know, you don't have to act on that belief. You can go, oh, hey, because of what happened to me and because of the things I was exposed to and the way that I took them in and adapted my worldview to them is going to make me think this probably forever. But I know that just because I feel that doesn't mean it's true. You know? You don't have to be a slave to your feelings.
Entire life. And that sucks because there is some self-hatred there. When I'm being 100%.
We've all got self-hatred. Society relies on it. That's why they can keep selling us shit. Advertising depends on our self-hatred. It banks on it. We all have a level of self-hatred somewhere. We all have insecurities. We're all damaged because this society is very unhealthy and it cannot produce healthy specimens.
Honest with myself, I want to be skinny at all costs, and that's why I say I wish I could just not eat. If someone were to ask me, like right now, you could be 120 pounds if you shave, but you're gonna lose 15 years of your life, I'd be like, put me on 120. Give me that one.
Isn't that funny? Like that sounds dramatic again, once again. But to me, that's just a sign of a lazy person that can't take accountability for themselves. Because you could lose 20 pounds if you ate better food and, you know, moderated your portions and did a certain amount of exercise and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know? Oh, shit. What happened there? Oh, what'd I do? What'd I do? Oh, I went back to the start. No.
Name to be mentioned anywhere near Hannah's and impossible. God, so just kind of keep that in mind.
Sorry. Excuse me. So this is the, you know, the quick fix addiction. Like so I want this, but I am not willing to do any work to get that. So if someone told you you could lose however many pounds she was talking about, all you've got to do is 20 minutes of exercise and eat whole foods, no more than this many calories a day. That's exactly the same thing. Like, yeah, I don't get that. To me, that is like just red flag for I'm a pathetic fucking victim who just wants it all given to me because, you know, I'm too special to fucking do it the way that nature does it.
Actually the episode where they talked about the bullying that we watched earlier in the video. So the point of showing you guys these lies again is to show if Trisha can lie about all of these important things that normal people wouldn't normally lie about, then Trish can also lie about SA experiences with their teachers. And I question them because there are so many contradictions between the actual stories she has been telling and what they have stated in the past. Before we get deep into that, I want to play a clip from a YouTuber named Brittany Simon. She talked about Trisha's SA stories and she put it into perfect words that I completely agree with. Check it out.
The people who got upset with me for saying I don't
I've watched a couple of this chick's videos. She's got a sharp tongue and a sharp mind. She's pretty funny. I quite like her.
believe Trisha Paytas' sexual assault stories. Now, this is specific. It's not that I don't believe all of them. I just don't believe most of them. And I believe Trisha is a liar based off of what we know her to be, which means if she can lie about all of these very important things, I don't know why you wouldn't make the logical leap that she would also lie about her sexual assault stories, especially when she throws down celebrity names and then
key phrase, logical leap.
Doesn't go into detail because it's too intense. No offense, as a sexual assault victim myself, like I personally have the belief system that we need to be very aware that people will use this for clout, and also that sexual assault victims aren't being heard and they are being ignored. Two realities can exist at once. These tiny life contradictions do exist at one time, guys. Just because, okay, you don't want to fall into the number 2 bubble of thinking
real life is not linear.
Oh, all people who claim sexual assault are always telling the truth, and all people who claim sexual assault are lying. Like, these are
reality is also not binary.
Too black and white. Like, how do you not know that both of these can exist at once? Maybe you've never experienced it, but I have. I've had to go to court for it. Like, I completely understand what it's like to face somebody who's just blatantly lying about something. It is very devastating. So here's the thing, though. Trisha exists in a bubble where people allow her to do this.
I just thought Brittany explained this so well. I wanted to include it in this segment. So now let's get into the timeline of Trisha coming out with their essay experiences with their teachers, which will lead into the allegations against the teacher that was never arrested. On October 22nd, 2020, Frenemies number 7 was uploaded.
I just want to jump in here. Whoever was doing their I had no time for this podcast, didn't watch it, but obviously all the bloody thumbnails pop up and you see some clips in other videos. Whoever was doing their makeup transformations was superlative. Like, I don't know who it was, but all of their dress ups were just next level.
Episode was shortly after all the stuff with Moses came out. The pictures of the bruises on Moses's arm were public, and Trisha was getting backlash for laying her hands on Moses. The next episode, we will be talking about Moses and Jason, so I'm not going to focus on that right this second. But what I found interesting about this episode is Dr. Drew was talking to Trisha about what happened with her and Moses and asked Trisha if she is in therapy for it. Trisha proceeds to tell Dr. Drew that she is in therapy, and Dr. Drew says, well, you know, this kind of behavior is a sign of severe childhood trauma, and asks her if she's talking through that in therapy. And I want you guys to listen to what her response is. Check it out.
I'm working now on it, and it's like a thing that's like super sensitive because I've never gone that far, you know, and I've gotten help for the past year because I had 2 mental hospital stays where I was put on a 5150. So like I go into these like
these states.
Yeah, like it's like a blackout where I'm like not that person.
Yes.
And like that was the first time that happened. So now that that's out there on the internet, like everyone thinks that's just me, that I just like abuse people, and it's like it's never been that far.
Right. So let's be clear. It's very much the same thing. Those blackouts or whiteout or red outs that people get when they hurt themselves and other people.
Yeah.
that does not make you not responsible for it. Get blackout drunk and kill someone, you're still going to jail. Well, I'm not sure if I fucking believe her rave anyway, especially because she's carrying on so much about it. But the thing is that even if it's true, it doesn't matter. It doesn't absolve her from anything.
And it needs to be treated. You're treating it. I mean, that's the thing. Now, it's also a sign of like really heavy-duty childhood trauma. So are you getting that treated too?
Not so much yet. I mean, because I had my blackout moments where I woke up and I was like, I didn't want to do that.
No, I
like,
understand.
I don't know.
I get it.
So...
And so that's
I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt anyone, even in my relationship now. I am trying to like sabotage it to not make it last because I don't want to be harmful to anybody, and I am. I'm dangerous to myself. I'm dangerous to other people, and it's bad. You know.
So if you go on to watch this for 5 more minutes, Dr. Drew then asked Trisha if Moses is going to therapy with her so that they can both work through their emotions of what happened when Trisha hit him. And Trisha then completely contradicts herself from what she said 5 minutes earlier. Check it out.
Yeah. But Trisha, do you guys do anything together therapeutically?
We have it, and it's more just because I do talk a lot about like childhood trauma that I don't talk about with anybody on my YouTube. So I kind of just don't want to know everything, like because a lot of my parents don't like.
In group therapy, you talk about I don't think so.
My parents don't really know all of it, so it's just like something I don't want him to know right now.
Okay, that's fine.
So why would you say specifically you don't talk about childhood trauma in therapy, then 5 minutes later say you talk a lot about childhood trauma? It doesn't make any sense, you guys. In my personal opinion, I believe Trisha saw this as an opportunity.
Because she just makes whatever up to remain the center of attention. And with everyone like, oh, Trisha, you're the most important, most in need of help, most fucking this, most that, It's infuriating. It is just infuriating that the weakest and neediest people end up causing the most damage and getting the most attention. It fucking just shits me.
To tell stories about their childhood that would make people feel guilty about being mad about Trisha hitting Moses, because it was shortly after this podcast episode.
And how many people, and how this has just been brushed over. Honestly, women abusing men is fucking disgusting, and the apologist nature of how much that just didn't really it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Like, chicks go and fake black eyes with makeup and get more of a fucking reaction than the knowledge that Trisha marked one or more of her spouses, practiced domestic abuse and violence practiced physical violence on one or more of her domestic partners, and we're trying to look for reasons for it. It just fucking blows my mind.
That Trisha started telling the internet these stories about their teachers. And after doing more digging after the first episode, the first time Trisha brought this up was actually on TikTok. I thought it was frenemies, but I did a lot more digging, and I'm pretty sure this was the first time that she talked about it. Now, just a disclaimer, Trisha has thousands of videos between TikTok and YouTube, so it is possible that I missed something, but I have done a ton of research, and this is the first thing I can seriously find. Plus, Trish said in the Dr. Drew episode that she had never talked about it online before, so I'm 95% sure this was the first time that they brought it up. And we'll get deeper into this TikTok once we start talking about Mr. Rainey. Now, one other thing that Trisha specifically said in the Dr. Drew episode was that her parents didn't know a lot about this trauma, which is why Moses doesn't go to therapy with her. So one thing I want to point out right now is if Trisha's parents truly didn't know about any of this trauma, why would you talk about it online versus telling your family first so they don't find out from a YouTube video? That's an absolutely awful way for your parents to find out. It doesn't make any sense. I know you guys will probably say, well, maybe she told her parents.
That's the thing. When you tell lies, they kind of have to actually make sense, not just superficially sound good at the time. But I don't know, that's kind of the thing with being superficially impressed with emotions. If someone's acting the emotion that they're talking about, for some reason the mainstream are just like, oh, they're being genuine. Whereas if you're discerning and you're not getting, you're not giving them the emotional response they want, if you're just sitting back and kind of using your mind, kind of you're kind of like, hang on, this shit isn't adding up. It's not adding up. I'm feeling manipulated. And it's just, you cannot I don't know what it is. It's like being brainwashed by fucking television or something, thinking that acting is real life. It's very weird.
Before uploading the videos. And I would normally agree with
you. See people make the most insincere announcements, and everyone buys them. Not everyone, but heaps of people are like, oh, they're really genuine and this, and you're just going, there was nothing sincere about that. It was all fake. But look, all these people are just like believing them and thinking that they're real and genuine. And of course it turns out they're not. And then everyone's like, oh, I feel so hoaxed and manipulated. And you're like, no. You allowed yourself to you hoaxed yourself, basically. You gave away your discernment. You abdicated your own fucking brain power.
On that, if Trisha's mom didn't specifically state in the BuzzFeed article that was released about Trisha recently that she was finding out about a lot of this stuff through Trisha's YouTube videos. And this is what was said in the article. Yet throughout all their controversies and challenges, Paytas seemingly shared more with their audience than their own family. Lena told me she actually learned a lot about Paytas' life from watching their YouTube videos. Even now, Linus and Paytas have yet to have a conversation about their history of addiction or their mental health. Quote, I don't know, maybe we should be more open, end quote, Paytas said, holding their mom's hand. Quote, she had hid a lot from me until later, Lena said, and then I knew, and I'm like, that would have broken my heart if I had known some of the stories, end quote. It's just all so strange. Trisha seems close with their family, and in the Dr. Drew episode, she seemed like she was trying to protect them, but instead of working through it in therapy and maybe having your family in therapy with you and talking through it that way, you tell all these stories publicly and have your own parents find out through YouTube videos. It's just all so weird to me. So now that you know the timeline of when Trisha started,
it's just yet another sign that healing and growth is not on the agenda, that's just a lie. Like, that this is purely for, income, clout, relevance, etc., etc. It's... when you see say you get two drug addicts and they want to quit at the same time, one of them's for real and one of them's fucking not. The person who's for real doesn't make the big song and dance about how genuine they are, but the person who's not for real makes big song and dance, wants to celebrate every achievement, wants to tell you every, fucking every little marker they get. Like, it's like that, like, genuine is usually not noisy or demonstrative. Fake is often noisy and demonstrative, because it's trying to prove to you that it's genuine. So it adds the acting, it adds the extra bits, it adds all these reinforcing. See, I really am genuine. When you are genuine, it's not even in your mind that you've got to prove how genuine you are. You're just being. Like, so that's why Trisha's always just been a massive red flag to me. Massive.
Started talking about this publicly, let's get into the allegations of Mr. Riney. One important thing you guys need to understand is how much the Mr. Riney story has changed over the past 6 months each time Trisha has talked about it. The first time Trisha talked about this teacher was in a TikTok that was uploaded on December 4th, 2020. They do not name the teacher in this TikTok, but the details are extremely important when comparing it to the other times that she talked about this incident. I'm going to read each slide of this TikTok. She starts off by saying
when she learns new woke language, she rejigs a lot of her past stories, and they get amended to include these, kind of new woke perspectives, so they can be judged on a particular level and found, to be terrible or whatever.
Great teacher, known to be mean to everyone, takes a liking to me and gives me the nickname .com. She then goes on to say, we start playing games in class that requires heads down to not cheat, and he stands behind me the whole time and rubs himself on me. And then she goes on to say, eventually starts putting hands up and down and inside me, and the students report this. She then continues by saying, principal punishes me by switching my classes and telling me I'm no longer allowed to show my arms or legs, and that they need to be covered at all times. She then goes on to say, teacher finds me and gives me kisses on the lips to apologize. And then the next one says, takes pics of me naked in his classroom and told me he'd even send them to Playboy.
Oh God. Oh my God. You You've got to be joking. I'm sorry. I'm just finding this very difficult to swallow. Very difficult. Only because it's coming from Trisha, a proven liar. A proven liar. It's got nothing to do with believing victims or anything like that. But it's also because we know that we know from other information that this is highly likely to be completely made up.
Even though I was 12. And then it finishes by saying he gets arrested for having CP on his computer at work. One thing I want to point out before we move on to the next video is that in the comment section of this TikTok, and there's thousands of comments on this TikTok, you guys, there were 2 separate comments that were left by 2 separate people on 2 different days. And the one on
So, okay, I feel as though some people be doing this video so they can get likes. It's so hard to believe. Okay, but why was you naked in class? Yeah. Sometimes this same story is on Reddit and has been for a couple of... it's another skinwalker tale. Trisha's taken another person's story, put it on like a coat. So this same story is on Reddit and has been for a couple of years from a different person. That's suspicious. That's weird. Okay, but like 3 years ago, I saw this story on Reddit and it wasn't from Trisha. But you're strong. You just don't need to post this type of content. Yeah, it's true. On a platform where you get so much hate.
On the left, it says, somehow this same story is on Reddit and has been for a couple years from a different person. That's suspicious. That's weird. And then the one on the right, which was posted the day before the other person, they said, okay, but 3 years ago, I saw the story on Reddit and it wasn't from Trisha. Now, I tried to find this Reddit post, but it's honestly looking for like a needle in a haystack. Yeah. So this is just speculation that she pulled this story from Reddit. But given all the other evidence that's in this video, I wouldn't doubt that she pulled details from someone else's story. What I've noticed with Trisha when she lies or makes up stories, she bases the lies off other people's stories, or she pulls it from like TV shows or movies. That's what she would do when she was young, when she would make up stories.
Because she doesn't, because she can't make her own stories up. She just borrows other people's. She's a skinwalker, man. She's a fucking skinwalker.
Stories. She would base it off of something that she had seen, and she would spin it into a lie to tell her classmates.
A lot of you guys also confessing your lies. I remember another one of my lies, and it was in the 5th grade, and I said I had a twin, and her name was Trixie, and she lived with my dad in California, and that Trixie was really skinny and pretty, and that she was currently on a Disney Channel show under a different name. And at the time, there was a show called So Weird, so I was like, I was explaining the character of Fiona on the show, if you guys remember Fee, but like without saying too much. And where I was from Illinois, like people just, they didn't really know about anything. But yeah, it was Trixie, and it was like the Parent Trap in my head. So Trixie went with my dad and I went with my mom, and I had that lie for a long time. And I don't know if I ever got called out on it, but maybe it's a good liar.
Sorry guys, we're going to take a small detour here, but I want to play 2 other clips for you guys that really stuck out to me. The clip we just watched is...
Guys, I'm going to let these clips run, but I'm going to run out for a sec because I desperately need to use the bathroom. So, forgive me, YouTube, it's still fair use. I am commentating, but I figure this is better than just leaving you with the little away from keyboard screen for a sec. So I'm going to run this. I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom and I will be back in a moment. Okay, are we on? Yep, we're on.
Just one of the many times that Trisha would base her lies off of TV shows or something that they had seen. Well, recently, Trisha has been talking a lot about how they don't even know who they are and they don't know their own identity, and that they use pop culture to base their life on. It's just really interesting because I personally think a lot of Trisha's stories and experiences that aren't actually hers, especially the recent trauma, is based off of stuff that she has seen online or on TV or in magazines. This isn't her 100% admitting that her stories aren't true, but I just found these clips really interesting, especially because people did comment on that post that it was someone else's story off of Reddit. So check out these clips and you'll see what I'm talking about.
I'm so influenced by pop culture because I have no identity of my own. This is the true thing. I never had an identity growing up. I have an identity disorder. So I think I don't know who I am. So I become other things and other people. Probably why I cosplay and dress up as other people, because that's who I learned from, is movies and TV. I really don't know who I am as a person. So sad and exciting at the same time.
I'm watching these videos. And again, I've explained this where it's like, it's not like I watched it and I was like, it's like Britney Spears. I didn't watch Britney Spears. Like, I want to marry her. I didn't want to be like her friend. And that's how I feel with like Jarway. She was like, I watched him and I just wanted to be him. And I wanted to be something, you know. I wanted, in high school, I wasn't anything. I don't know my identity. I still don't know my identity. And that's the scariest thing, to not know who you are or what you like. I just know I find comfort in things. I know I see things on TV and I want to be that. And I like model my life after that. And I find things to imitate my life because I don't know what I like. So like we're watching Darcy and Stacy. This is a show on Discovery, and it's about these two twin sisters who've dated a lot of foreign men, and now they're each married to foreign men, and they have this like these thick Eastern European accents, and like it reminds me a lot of me and Moses. Like the girls remind me of me, and the guys on the show remind me of Moses in like this weird way. It's like if you watch it, you might be like, no, not so whatever. But like I watch it, I'm like, okay, this is my life, but it's not. But I'm modeling it that because I don't know the structure that my life is supposed to be without seeing something on TV. And like, I love being in Moses' culture because it gives me some sort of identity. Like, whether he identifies as Israeli, Jewish, like maybe not, but that's why I like learning about his water philosophy too. I just like to learn what his identity is, right? What he grew up with, because I just don't have that. My identity is pop culture. Anyways,
Trisha growing up didn't find her life interesting, which is why they made up so many stories, because they always wanted something more. I seriously think a lot of Trisha's lies are always based on something that Trisha sees. But like I said, I just found this really interesting. So let's get back to the stories about Mr. Riney. Then on January 19th, 2021, the second time Trisha mentions this publicly was on Frenemies. And this is the episode where it was all about Hair by Jay, Shane Dawson, and Jeffree Star. Now in this episode, Trisha specifically calls out Mr. Riney by name. And this is the first time that she actually names him publicly. Please keep in mind that this podcast has 4.1 million views on it. And here's the clip.
I remember I was going to class with like this teacher that was like forcing himself on me and stuff, and I was just like, how does no one believe me? The principal, like nobody. It was like really weird. And so I think from that, like,
did that guy eventually did anyone eventually believe you?
Not funny, but like my 6th grade teacher, I talked about it on TikTok, the one that used to ask me, would play like heads down, and he'd come around and like grab my breast and like put his hands on me. He did get arrested. His name was Mr.
Because of you or because of other incidents?
So someone else came forward. I never did.
Gross.
But he had child on his computer at the school.
Oh my God. Nobody
Mr.
believed
Riney,
you?
Byron Middle School, and I did say something originally, and like no one believed me. It happened again my 8th grade year. No one believed me, and I was just like,
Bruh.
but that guy did. He did get arrested, and I don't know where he is now, but he did. Yeah.
Now, the major differences I spot between just these two clips is that in the TikTok, she said multiple students reported this and that the principal made Trisha switch classes. But in this Frenemies episode, Trisha said nobody believed her at all and that she was the one that went to the principal. Now, Trisha did talk about this a third time, and it was on March 2nd, 2021 on an episode of Frenemies. Now, Trisha did not name Mr. Riney by name, but she told the same story, and here's the clip of that.
It's crazy. I had an incident happen in middle school where a teacher like groped my boobs all the time when we would do like heads down 7-Up. And so when I finally went to the principal about it, he told the principal, well, she's been wearing water bras, so she's been asking for it. Like it's been teasing me. And the principal's like, have you been wearing water bras? I'm like, yeah.
Say what? And the principal was like receptive to that
argument? Yeah, he's like, have you been wearing water bras? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay, well, let's not wear water bras to school. And like, that was my fault because I wore a water bra. I mean, there's been more like that.
Dude,
I don't actually know what a water bra is. Someone tell me. I have no idea. I'm assuming it's a bra with 2 layers with water in it, like a waterbed. I don't really get it. What is it, to make your boobs look big or something? I don't know. I think boobs are disgusting, so I'm not very up on bras.
This world is so fucking crazy. What is a water bra?
A water bra was my mom's. It was a bra that it was like water.
You fill it with water?
No, it already had the water in the bra. It was very heavy.
Oh, and you were wearing those at what age?
Like 12, because I had uneven boobs, so I was trying to even my boobs out for real. And he would come feel it all the time because we play that game like heads down, 7-Up, whatever. And you have to like put your head down, or when you were done with the test, but whatever. And so he'd come around like always like groping whatever. And so I finally he did get arrested. This guy actually did get arrested, but later on. But me, they were like, well, she wears a water bra.
So here
did he really get arrested?
Claims once again that she was the one that went to the principal, not other students, but she claims here that the teacher actually admitted to doing this to her in front of the principal, and the principal told Trisha that she wasn't allowed to wear water bras at school. Now, she didn't say anything that the principal made her switch classes or anything like that we seen in the very first TikTok. You see how all these little discrepancies keep coming with each video that we watch. Then the 4th time she mentions the same story is on TikTok on March 19th, 2021. This time, Trisha encourages her followers to search the teacher and look up his arrest. This TikTok has almost 1 million views on it, and this is what she said. Roll the clip.
I've always been vocal on social media because I was silenced. Not to give like a silly reference in this, but I was silenced for so long at my school growing up. I had 3 different incidences with 3 different teachers in regards to SA, R word, and M word. It happened in the school, and one principal didn't believe me. 2, I was too scared to speak up, and 3, the teacher said I was like asking for it, so it was like looked over. The one that I was too scared to speak up on, someone else spoke up years later and he ended up getting arrested. Byron, Illinois. Look it up. His name is Mr. Riney for looking up CP at school.
So now she is claiming in this TikTok that she never spoke up about what this teacher was doing. Do you guys see all the discrepancies with this story? But here is where...
Yes, mysterious. Yes, we do.
things get really weird. So Trisha specifically says that this teacher has been arrested. It seems legit, right?
Oh, that's a cute look, Trish.
Surely if Trisha is encouraging their audience to look this up, it would pop right up when you search it. That isn't the case at all. In fact, when you Google exactly what Trisha says, this teacher does pop up under the top results, but it isn't because he was arrested. It was because he passed away in 2019.
Yeah, because Trish knows that nobody, very few people that already are on her side are going to look up this teacher's name. They're just going to take it as a given that because Trish has said it's there, see, it must be true. Because you can Google it. It's right there. Trish said the proof is all there. They're not actually going to leave the video. Go to preferably a search engine that isn't Google, all right? Try not to use Google. It's garbage. And put that name in. How many people did that? Nearly 1 million views? I bet less than 100,000 people. Less than what? What's that, 0.01%? I bet less than 100,000 people bothered to put that name into a search engine.
And his obituary pops up when you Google what she says. And just a side note, I will be blurring out Mr.
Pretty far cry from SA, huh? Dead.
Rainey's picture in this video, but I have to refer to him by his name because that is what Trisha made public. I'm going to try to respect Mr. Rainey's privacy as much as possible in this video while showing you what I have to in order to prove his innocence. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you exactly what pops up when you search exactly what Trisha says. As you can see in this screenshot, I typed it exactly the way Trisha worded it. Byron, Illinois, Mr. Rainey, and that was it. So the top results are a couple different things. This obituary is about the teacher that Trisha is talking about, and we will get to that in just a second. But do you see the article that is at the very top here? Look at the headline. Middle school teacher pleads guilty to CP charges. This is another reason I showed you guys all the clips. First, because Trisha specifically says in several of the clips that this was her middle school teacher and that it was in the 6th grade. This headline is about a middle school teacher that was arrested for the exact same thing Trisha claims. So when you click on the article, I'm expecting it to be about Mr. Rainey, of course, and that's not the case at all. First of all, when you click on the article, it's behind a paywall, so you can't read the article unless you subscribe to the website. And luckily, I paid the $1 fee so I could show you guys this article. The only two things you guys really need to focus on in this article is the name of the teacher and the school. The name of the teacher is John Byron Schulich, which isn't Mr. Rainey, and the school is Bull Run Middle School, and that middle school is located in Virginia. So I just find it funny that this is the top.
Because Trisha probably went before she made the video. Just to be sure. Just on the off chance that 0.01% would look up. They'd scan that. Wouldn't have to read any further. See, if you already feel like you can believe, you will skip over lots of details. You'll make lots of assumptions.
Search that is behind a paywall, so you can't really read what it says unless you pay for it. And the headline of the article before you click on it is exactly what Trisha claims. Now that is just a pretty big coincidence to me. Now all the other articles that pop up around this search, every single one of them is from different schools and different teachers, but the other articles around this search aren't as specific to what Trisha claims like this particular article that I just showed you. And if you don't believe me, I encourage you to look it up for yourself. There is nothing surrounding any essay with students, with any teachers from Byron Middle School or Byron High School that I could find on the internet, and I have searched high and low for anything related to that.
If there were charges, they would be public because public record, etc., especially with schools, anything to do with court. So if they ain't there, they ain't there.
The only thing that I could find was a lawsuit that was filed in 2019 against the high school because of a coach that was allowing hazing. Outside of that, I couldn't find nothing. If you choose to look into this further,
2019, and that's roughly around the time that hazing and bullying were getting international, were getting massive attention in schools and stuff like that.
This one thing in mind. If you come across an article that is titled Byron Center High School, that is not the same as Byron High School. Byron Center High School is located in Michigan, and Byron High School and Byron Middle School is located in Illinois, which is where Trisha is from. Now let's move on to Mr. Rainey. Based on everything that I have researched on Mr. Rainey, he was a very, very, very well-respected person and teacher. Byron, Illinois.
That's what makes this so reprehensible. Like, seriously, what makes this so reprehensible of Trish to do this? Not only is this man dead, cannot defend himself against the spurious lies and disgusting things that this person's saying against him. But his reputation was the opposite of what Trish, from what I can gather, was the opposite of the type of person Trish is trying to make him out to be. Remember, not only she is 32 now, but so are all the other people in her class. And no one's coming out and backing her up. In fact, they're saying the opposite. So I think that is also something that can be weighed against the validity of Trisha's story on Mr. Liney.
It's a very small town. And before we go any further, I have confirmation that Mr. Riney was teaching at Byron Middle School when Trisha was in 6th grade. He was also a teacher during her 7th grade year as well. The reason I know this is because I had someone that went to middle school with Trisha who wishes to remain anonymous that reached out to me, and they had copies of her middle school yearbooks. And they...
Oh, bless you, my friend. Records are good evidence. Bless you, anonymous person, anonymous helper of mysterious.
They sent me pictures. This is the yearbook from her 6th grade year. Here you can see Trisha pictured, and you can also see Charlie Riney was a teacher during this time, which matches up with the obituary that comes up online. Like I said, I'm not going
Charles Riney, 1945 to 2019, age 73, passed away peacefully Monday, July 1st, surrounded by family and friends. Charlie was born in Keokuk, Iowa. Graduated from Cardinal Stritch High School in 1963, and then attended Loras College in Dubuque, Iowa. Excuse my terrible pronunciation. From 1963 to 1967, graduating with a degree in teaching high school English, a career he pursued for 47 years. During his time at Loras, Riney was a standout on the basketball and track team, setting a new conference record in the high jump, and several other new records as well. In 1967, he placed 4th at the NCAA regionals, which qualified him for the NCAA finals. And that same year, Charlie accepted a position teaching and coaching at Immaculate Conception High School in Cherokee, Iowa. In August 1968, he was drafted into the United States Army. His job was playing basketball at Fort Knox, Kentucky. Charlie was assigned to HQ USARV near the Long Bien, Saigon area in August of 1969. So he was a vet as well. He served in one of the most fucking brutal and shitty wars in our recent history.
To show his picture to maintain the little privacy that he has left, but this should be enough confirmation because there is no other teachers with this last name Riney that was teaching while Trisha was at Byron Middle School. Now moving on from that, this is a summary of Mr. Riney's life. He taught at a ton of different schools, including both Byron Middle School, Byron High School, which is...
So while serving his tour in country, Riney was awarded the Bronze Star. Upon his return stateside, Charlie attended graduate school at University of Iowa in their secondary school of guidance counselling. His next position was as head basketball and track coach at Beloit Catholic High School in Beloit, WI. Is that Wisconsin? His 72 and 73 track teams were state champions, and his 73 basketball team made the Elite 8. Sounds like a cool coach. A successful career in coaching, teaching and administration thus began, including many memorable years at Sterling Newman, Byron, Guilford and South Beloit High Schools, among others. Some of Mr. Riney's awards and recognition include 7 varsity letters in basketball and track with Loras College. We don't have varsity letters over here. 5 times being included in the Who's Who of American Teachers. I'm guessing that's no small feat. Twice being honoured by Western Illinois University as a highly motivational teacher. Guess that's his reputation was not undeserved. And placement in the Newman's Athletic Hall of Fame. So he wasn't just an average Joe. Sounds like a fucking really dedicated teacher, pretty decent person, and a well-respected educator.
Where Trisha grew up. But as you can see here, there are several other schools listed because
with no criminal record.
this man was a teacher for 47 years. He didn't stop teaching because he got arrested. He stopped teaching because he retired. This man is also a Vietnam War vet that was honored with a Bronze Star, which is a high, high honor. If you don't know what a Bronze Star symbolizes in the Army, here is a short summary of what it means. It is the 4th highest ranking award a service member can receive for a heroic deed performed in an armed conflict.
Mysterious doesn't want to pronounce this word. Okay, Bronze Star Medal, or the BSM, dates back to World War II. Today, it is the 4th highest ranking award a service member can receive for a heroic and meritorious deed performed in an armed conflict. For those who receive the BSM, it is a signal, it's a sign of their sacrifice, bravery, and honor while serving their country.
For those who receive a Bronze Star Medal, it is a signal of their sacrifice, bravery, and honor while serving their country. The other thing I want you guys to focus on is the awards that this man has gotten as a teacher and a coach. His obituary reads as, some of Mr. Riney's awards and recognition include 7 varsity letters in basketball and track with Loraz College, 5 times being included in the Who's Who of American Teachers, twice being honored by the Western Illinois University as a highly motivational teacher, and placement in Newman's Athletic Hall of Fame. This man had a wife, kids, and grandchildren. Mr. Riney had a great impact on a lot of people, and I want to show you guys the kind of impact that he had on these people. And I want...
Well, rest in peace, Mr. Riney. You sound like a really genuine, authentic man who, took living seriously. So I hope you're resting easy.
I want to tell you guys right now, the comments that I'm getting ready to read are only a small portion. There is hundreds of comments that I found online, not only on his obituary, but on a posting that I found when his health was declining. And all of the comments were so positive and uplifting. You can tell that this man has touched a lot of people's lives in a positive way. Prayers to Mr. Riney, one of the greatest teachers I've ever had. Multiple times throughout my senior year, after having a good basketball game, Mr. Riney would write me a card explaining how proud he was of me and how great I was doing. He'd keep them in the principal's office, and during his class, they would call me down and give it to me so that I could come back to his class just happy and grateful for someone to notice my achievements. Amazing teacher and an even more amazing human.
How much does a fucking good teacher change your life? How much? You can have 100 fucking shitty teachers, eh? I mean, everyone's got that one teacher that fucking, saved their life or made it fucking worth it, or, made them able to hang in there or something like that. Like, this makes me so fucking sick. You fucking cunt. You fucking cunt of a fucking person. You cunt of a person. You couldn't have chosen someone. You couldn't have... I'm almost glad you've done this, eh? I'm almost glad, because there is no way you can talk your way out of this cunt act. Like, this really, really shows the kind of person you are. You fucking chose somebody that couldn't fucking fight back. And if that isn't a weak and cowardly and nasty thing to do just so that you can get sympathy and stay on top and have people fucking feel sorry for you or whatever it is, that is fucking reprehensible, disgusting. Copyright claim this one, Trisha. I don't make any money off this channel. I'm not monetized. Do it. I'll give you my real name. You haven't got enough money to sue me. I live on the other side of the fucking world. Oh, this makes me so angry, eh? Seriously making me so... It's inhuman. It's inhuman to use another human being that isn't even alive for your own dirty, filthy, fucking horror show little power trip.
He will be missed. Prayers your way. Please tell him that his book was amazing. I loved reading about his life and the famous people that he has met, played against, and fought while he was in service. You have made a huge impact on many lives. Mr. Riney, you were one of my favorite teachers. I learned so much from you, and your impact lasts still today as I continue to love learning. Prayers for you. And here are several more.
That's a sign of a good teacher, though, isn't it? That instilling in you a lifelong love of learning and educating yourself. Not just somebody who teaches you what you've got to know to pass the test that year. It's someone who, ignites your mind, ignites you, and inspires you, and has qualities that, you want to work towards having yourself. That's cool. We'll just read this one quickly. I had the honour of meeting Charlie in April 2019 when both he and I were at Regency. A friendship was quickly established and we would talk for hours over coffee at every meal. A more accomplished and fascinating individual I've never met. Charlie introduced me to his autobiographical book entitled A Guy Named Charlie, My Refusal to Be Average. I devoured the book in one evening. Charlie was anything but average. He was a star and rose to the top in whatever he chose to do. I wished I would have had him as a teacher, as my little sister did. She told me, quote, he was my favourite teacher. He was a great man, end quote. I will never forget Charlie, even though I knew him only 3 weeks. He made a profound impact on me. Discussions with him led me to recognise that I, too, have never been average. His memory and spirit will live on in me and hundreds of others. That doesn't sound like the kind of man that goes around hurting little fucking girls, eh? You fucking reprehensible, cowardly woman.
You want to pause to read, but like I said, this is only a small portion of the nice things that were said about this man. There are hundreds of comments about Mr. Riney. And the last thing I want to show you guys before we move on to the next thing is a comment thread that I found on the TikTok that Trisha originally posted. And somebody replied with Mr. Riney, Charlie Riney, the high school teacher. And then one of his students replied with, no, he was one of my high school teachers, a great man, Vietnam War vet with a Bronze Star, all around lovely teacher person. And then the other person replied with, I can't find any charges at all. He was last teaching in 2016, got ill and died in 2019. She should not say he was arrested. And then the other person replied back with, my class threw him a retirement party. I cried when he passed. He was beloved at our school. I never heard a bad word about him. So confusing to me. This man was so well respected by so many people.
People are there going like, this doesn't add up. This doesn't fucking add up. This is not what happened, you know, like this does not make any sense. But somehow, like, you know, we've still got Sebastian Soto and whoever else fucking sucking up her ass and trying to give her a pass. Trish, you've got to retire. You've just got to retire for your own benefit and for everybody that you have harmed. You've got to retire and just do the work away from the public eye, please. It's
for Trisha to make such horrible accusations at such a well-respected man in the Byron, Illinois area, it just makes me so sick to my stomach. There is no way this man was doing what she claimed. He would have been caught. And a man like Mr. Riney would have shocked this town. And you better believe it would have been all over the news and articles would be posted everywhere about this because it would have been a shocking story. Now, one thing that's really interesting, since I came out with episode 1 on this series, Trisha has been talking a lot about her childhood. In fact, I did a live stream specifically talking about Mr. Riney.
Once again, just to reiterate, I know I've said it before, that this is what she does. She watches content about herself and then, you know, and then starts making content just random, but it's all actually response content, you know, and it's all made to either speak against or to ameliorate, you know, what's been said, but it's all like, you know, innocent Pikachu who me face, like, what? No, I don't watch any of that, no. The same as she says, oh, I don't strike down, you know, I don't copyright strike people, blah, 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 blah. Well, technically that's true. She doesn't do it herself, but she has a company, or she is a company, that does it in the company's name. And that way she can say, I didn't strike your video down, and she's technically not lying. So, you know... But, you know, she knows that it's also a way that there's most small creators are just operating under their own names. They haven't formed a business unit or anything yet. You know, they haven't businessified their YouTube channel. So a lot of the time, we're operating under our actual registered names and stuff like that, which means they can get details about us and use them in ways that you wouldn't like them to be used, all while pretending innocence.
And a few days after that, Trisha uploaded a podcast episode talking about Mr. Riney as well. And once again, she changed details of the story. Check it out.
Damage control. With the teacher who he abused me when I was in the 6th grade, he ended up going to prison for CP on his computer and ended up dying. And so you're just kind of like, okay, well, he did get his.
No, he didn't.
But at the time when I...
No, he didn't. Like, all of that. Still. Look at a Farrah Fawcett here today. She's doing the 70s fucking power flicks. Still, like, 3 sentences, 3 lies.
Had turned him in or talked about it, I was told, like, I had to literally, like, switch classes because I was told that, like, I lie. And even thinking about that, I'm trying to think as, like, a child, and
because you do. And maybe what was really going on was that you were fixated on someone, you were making trouble for them, and they had to move you to protect him.
I think through this, I'm like, was I...
I'm not saying that means anything's her fault or to blame her. Or, do you know what I mean? But you're in a very difficult position when you're a teacher. And if a student becomes fixated on you or gets a crush on you or wants to get more friendly than they're very innocent, they're not doing it for nefarious purposes, but you as the authority figure, as the teacher, cannot continue to maintain a relationship with that person for their own good and for your own protection. You can't shift the teacher out of the class, can you? So generally what's got to happen is you've moved the student to a different environment and hopefully their focus can change and return to where their focus should be while they're at school. Can you not see it from a professional standpoint? I've worked in the education system as a teacher, as a high school teacher, and I've worked a lot with adolescents in other professional settings, training, athletic and training settings. You don't let things like that develop because they can be so easily misconstrued and become very disastrous for everybody through nobody's fault, purely because of an accident of attraction. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm just saying, like, consider it, because obviously what she's saying happened is not what happened.
Impulsive liar, or do people just not believe stories that to me seemed extreme? They did, like, looking back, seem extreme, but the more I hear from other people, I'm like, no, this is actually kind of common.
Once again, she claims he was arrested for CP at school. Again, Mr. Riney has a clean record. Nothing like this has ever happened. And again, a change in the story. She spoke up, but was called a liar by the principal. Now, switching classes lines up with the very first TikTok she posted, but that time she said it was reported by the students. None of it makes any sense, you guys. But let's take this a step further, okay? Trisha claims that 3 separate incidents happened with 3 separate teachers when she was in Byron. According to the TikTok that she posted back in March, she specifically said in
pretty small school, got a lot of fucking kitty diddling teachers. Are you fucking kidding me? How come no one else has reported anything or said anything? Like yeah, it doesn't make sense. It fucking doesn't make sense, man. It just doesn't make sense. And this is why you just don't listen with your emotions. And also, the thing is, once you're proven, you're the boy that... There is a reason why there's a fable called The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Because fables have lessons in them. And the lesson is, when you lie, and lie, and lie, and lie, you are no longer believed when you tell the truth. Because you're a known liar. And that is what happens when people lose trust in you. That is why trust, honor, being fucking honest, that's why all those things are very important. Because your word is the only fucking real thing you have, right? Not your reputation, not your bank balance, not your job, your word. If you aren't as good as your word, you're lesser. You are less than honourable, right? That is your greatest asset. Your biggest bank balance you can have is being a person of your word. Liars are not people of their word, which means it doesn't matter if they're telling the truth or not. They've ruined their reputation. They're always going to be considered a liar. So open your mouth and fucking speak. It doesn't matter. We don't believe you. We're right or wrong. You're a liar. You're not just a person who's been caught lying. You are a liar as an actual character. You have chosen lies over being genuine and risking not being able to get what you want out of life. You're trying to manipulate to get more than your fair share, to get what you think you deserve. While the rest of us fucking choose honesty and face the consequences, right or wrong. Not right or wrong. Face the consequences however they fall. You're trying to manipulate a particular outcome. People like that cannot be trusted. Ever.
In that TikTok that it happened in the school she grew up in. Let me give you some background information on the town of Byron, Illinois. I looked up the crime rate of Byron, Illinois, and Byron is one of the safest towns to live in. In fact, Byron has an A+ crime rate and is safer than 78% of the cities in the USA, which
I wonder what year the last person was murdered or something like that in. Like, their biggest crime is probably like shooting a bloody street sign.
which means it's a pretty fucking safe town. In Byron, you have a 1 in 1,196 chance of becoming a victim of a violent crime. So statistically, I can see something like this happening one time to someone in a town like Byron, but 3 separate times by 3 different teachers to the same victim, it just seems impossible to me, especially because there is no trace of any essay by a teacher.
Also, look, most residents own their own homes, and generally in areas of high home ownership, especially when they're small places, that's also another factor that will generally mean it's a fairly low crime rate.
In the town of Byron. When
People
stuff like this happens
they're very invested in their town. They take ownership in their town, so they tend to not allow fucking things to get out of control. Born and raised in small towns, they're not like the city.
A town like Byron, Illinois, the media would be all over it. Just to compare
totally.
things, I live in a town that also has an A+ crime rate, but Byron is ranked 4% higher than my town when I looked it up to compare. This is just something you guys are going to have to trust me on. If you want to believe me, you can. If you don't, I totally understand.
Yeah, Mysterious doesn't put out her personal details. She has children that also practice, work online. So she is pretty open about maintaining anonymity, which I completely respect.
Because I'm not going to put where I live on the screen. But if you call the cops on the smallest thing in my town, they send the whole police.
Even though Mysterious, I could find, just from that statistic alone, I can find out where you live. Just saying, sorry.
Because that's how bored the cops are in my town, because there's very little crime. And it is very rare if a hardcore crime happens in my town. Like I said before, I could believe one time.
Which means they generally end up working on community policing initiatives and stuff like that. They're part of the fabric of the town. Small town policing is very, very different to urban policing. Quite often you're the footy coach or the local fucking umpire for the cricket team, or that you are part of the fabric of the town. Your kids are going to school with all the other kids, it's a really different relationship. And it's a really cool or much better way of policing than just treating everybody like lawbreakers and being fucking profiling people.
This happening to Trisha, because in my school growing up, there was a teacher sleeping with a student. This happened around 1998 in my town, and before it got back to the principal, there were rumors.
we can probably find out where you live just from that too.
That went on for months, that this teacher was hooking up with the student. Well, the guy that was sleeping with this teacher, one of his friends ended up telling the principal. And once the principal found out about that teacher, she was put on suspension while the school investigated it. And it didn't take long after that, the police got involved and she...
The principal has to do that. He is in breach. Like, he's legally liable for if he doesn't. He has to act like that, as far as I know. I know it's like that in my country. I'm assuming it's very similar in America.
Was put in jail. We were all over the news, you guys. It was everywhere because it was shocking. And ever since that one incident in my town has happened, there hasn't been another one since. And that has been 20 plus years, you guys. So when you compare it to a town like Byron, Illinois, I just don't see how it's possible because Byron is safer. So statistically, it just doesn't make any sense with what Trisha is saying at all. Look, there's too many.
Yeah, and just that alone should pretty much tell you everything you need to know. It is a crock of shit. Okay, so is there a possibility it could have happened? Yes, but that possibility is so remote as to be statistically zero.
Things that don't make sense with this situation. I understand the mentality of the internet is to believe all victims, but sometimes people lie about this sort of thing. And that is one reason why it's so hard for victims to come forward and to be believed. On one hand, we got...
believed. Another spelling mistake. But yeah, it is true. And it's something, and honestly, it's not just makes you tear your hair out. It is, you're impacting people's lives, you know, to the point where people might lose their lives in the future because you have been a fucking liar. There are so many factors working against victims of abuse, SA, any form of assault, really, domestic violence. There are so many factors working against being heard, getting justice, the public narrative having fucking anything to, you know, along the lines of reality about it, that it's already fucking hard enough, man. It is already hard enough for survivors to open their mouth and fucking say something. So I think that there should be a especially reserved place in society for people who lie about it. There's, you know, a special form of exile, of social exile, or something. You know, there should be a ramification for that. Your word should mean nothing for the rest of your life until you can fucking prove otherwise. You just cannot fucking affect that many people, have power over that many people to that much of a negative effect, and just fucking get away with it. I'm really sick of Trisha getting a pass, I really am. It disgusts me. Like, you can tell when she's in someone's DMs, because the way they start talking about it changes, and they start saying all these particular certain things and running particular narratives and coming up with all these bullshit scenarios and all this, you know. You're like, the fuck? And then you find out later, oh, yeah, right, she's been fucking talking to you. It is just the level of manipulation, the amount of time and energy put into trying to control the narrative about yourself. Like, to me, like, that is like straight up, darling, it's time to get offline. It really is. By your own volition, because it's the most healthy and smartest thing for you to do, or by the rest of us doing the Viking thing and turning our back on you so we no longer hear you or see you. Because At this stage, we're just feeding the beast.
This well-respected teacher that was a war vet, that earned a Bronze Star, that earned multiple teaching awards, and has an entire community of people that have nothing but the nicest things to say about him as a teacher. And then on the other hand, we have Trisha Paytas, a person that is known for lying, a person that lied about their childhood, saying that they were never bullied in school, and that it was actually that they were being overly sexualized by teachers in school, and that was the main problem growing up. The thing about it is, you can be bullied.
Who you gonna believe? Who you gonna believe?
And still go through trauma. So why would Trisha lie about the bullying if she was being honest about all of this? And they have stated multiple times, and
because bullying was the big media thing fucking X amount of years ago, but SA's the big thing now, isn't it? That's the big fucking clicks for clout thing, isn't it? So the story's got to evolve now to stay relevant. Remember, we're keeping up with the relevashians.
in the past that nothing illegal ever happened with any teachers growing up at their school. They have lied about so much, you guys, and I could list everything, and we could be here all day. But at what cost are we going to keep believing everything that comes out of her mouth? A teacher that can't...
Yeah, at what cost? There has already been great cost. There already has. Okay? Now, I'm not one who subscribes to the story that Trish caused dissociated to, try and inflict harm upon herself. I don't subscribe to that. People are responsible for their own actions. However, we, that doesn't have to be the narrative for us to know that that whole debacle was just fucked. Damage was done. She's damaged. She's done damage to lots and lots of people that didn't, well, to my observation, don't seem to deserve it. And for what? For what? For your own personal benefit. Nobody else. Just you. That... fuck do you sleep at night, man?
Defend himself, a teacher that was well loved, a teacher that was never arrested, that had a perfect reputation in the community. What about the victims of Trisha Paytas? When are we going to start taking them more seriously? Also, if you're a fan of Trisha, making excuse after excuse after excuse for
Sebastian,
her, it's not helping her. I believe this person needs serious help, and the more people feed into their lies and delusions, the more dangerous she is going to get. And there will be a lot more people that are going to be hurt in the process. But we're not done yet with this situation. I want to show you guys everything I got, because I'm going to cover every single aspect of this and show you everything.
Go mysterious.
Before I get into all the clips, I know some people are going to be like, wow, you're really picking apart Trisha's stories. I completely understand where you're coming from, and I normally would not do this, but this is a unique situation. We have a teacher whose outstanding reputation has been severely damaged because Trisha blasted his name to millions of people, and we also have schools' reputations that have been completely smeared online, and I'm sorry, none of the recent stories from Trisha make any sense with each other, and I'm going to show you guys the many contradictions, because this isn't right. Also, just to remind everyone again, Trisha has said multiple times in the past that nothing illegal ever happened with their teachers, so please also keep that in mind. If you have made it this far, just please watch everything together and look at the segment with an open mind. So in this TikTok we watched earlier, Trisha specifically states that there were 3 separate incidents with 3 separate teachers at their school growing up. Trisha specifically says it happened in the school.
Sorry, Crest Castle, I just saw your comment. I remember she said she was abused in the back door area. Oh, I say in the back door area, okay, and how she doesn't like that area touched. And now she goes on and on about using G-spot toys and with that G-spot toys on her page with Adam and Eve stuff. Her stories don't add up. Yeah, that's just one more example, isn't it? Where she makes some ridiculous claim with some very emotional backstory attached, and then when it's time to cash, make the coin, it's all like, I'm really comfortable with this. Here's a picture of my asshole. With no trigger warning. Thank you. I'm very glad I've never seen that picture. So, yeah, like, I mean, that is the long and the short of it all is that our stories, they don't add up. And I think, and I think that is there is something to be said about having been online for so long. And so, yeah, it's true that we don't see the whole person. Okay. And there's a whole lot of person that we're not privy to observing. But that doesn't mean that you cannot pick up patterns of behaviour, and you can't get a sense of the game that's being played, particularly once, when people feel emboldened to actually speak up, and you find out that she bullies people in DMs, other creators, small channels, relentlessly bullies them. Sets channels against each other, tells them this one's been saying this and this has been, and you should do this and this and that, and da 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 da. She's highly manipulative behind the scenes. I mean, people talk about, what is it, Jeffree Star being the DM mafia or whatever. He's got nothing on Trisha. She is so personally invested in not just her online reputation, it seems, but all the tiny little minutiae of all the little things online, all the things. Trisha, your purpose in social media is being transparent and daring to call out what everyone else is afraid to call. Oh my God, as someone who's swallowed her jizz hook, line and sinker, who doesn't realise that all she does is repeat other people's words.
I'm going to play this part one more time because it's so specific. So just listen to what she has to say.
I was silenced for so long at my school growing up. I had 3 different incidences with 3 different teachers in regards to SA, R word.
It makes jokes of real victims who have been abused. Yeah, so I'm not sure, Crestcast, I'm not sure how long you've been joining us for, but I was just fucking bitching about that not long ago. Just real victims, and I do say real victims, I mean it, real victims. There are already so many factors that make it incredibly difficult for them to speak up and be heard. It's already so fucking hard. And this just makes a mockery of all of that. Like, you basically don't give a fuck about anyone except yourself. If you're willing to twist things like this, you're not an advocate for survivors at all. You can't be, because you would not make up stories and make it harder on every other actual victim that is. Well, if you know the trauma, you know the trauma. If you know the paralysis, you fucking know it. If you know the need to fucking say it, but you go to say it and you can't fucking speak, you can't say those, okay? You would never, ever fucking inflict that on another human being. You would never, ever make it hard for another human being to be heard. Like, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. They're just... It's difficult. It's really difficult for me. I don't want to sound like I'm some fucking perfect being, or, that I think I'm great or anything like that. But it is really difficult for me to choose a course of action that's going to harm another person or persons. And I don't think that's unusual. I don't think I'm alone in that. I think a lot of people are like that. If they're aware, of the harm they could cause, I think most people are like, oh, well, I don't want to go that way. I think that's pretty normal. So I think to be blind to that, especially deliberately blind to it, when it's been made perfectly clear the consequences of your actions and how fucked they are, and then you still choose to harm other people that can't fight back, then that makes you the abuser, Trish. Like, sorry if that peaked out the levels. You are silencing victims. You are gaslighting victims. You are making your story, your lie, more important than their real story. Like, do you understand what I mean? That makes you the actual abuser. Like, blows my mind.
And M word. It happened in the school.
So keep both of those things in the back of your mind, that it was 3 teachers and it happened in the school that Trisha grew up in, which would be Byron. Also recently on August 17th on Trisha's new podcast, they also confirmed once again that it was 3 separate teachers. Check it out.
I don't remember high school, really. I remember the important events. Okay, we switched high schools.
I'm tripping out. I'm tripping out. Like, my eyes are going weird at her. Like, what? Is she wearing, like, gloss right in the centre of her lip or something? Because it kind of looks like she has 2 lips. I'm trying to work out whether there's a lighting thing going on. Like, now I've seen it. I'm kind of like, what is that? It looks like she has a lip on top of her lip. It's got to just be the gloss or something. It's just weird looking.
Switched 4 times. I went to California. I went to private school. I switched a lot in high school. No pun intended. I remember, events. I remember sleeping with teachers. Okay, on this note, let me clarify this, because I'll be like, wow. Again, this is the disbelief, the compulsive liar. People just can't believe.
Compulsive liars also make a lot of false memories, because they make up stories all the fucking time. They live in a fantasy land, and a lot of the things they lie about are things they desperately want to have happen or want to be true, and da 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 da. Like, you really can lose your sense of reality a little bit. I honestly think half the time they don't fucking. It just doesn't even connect in their head that what they're remembering isn't actually something that happened. It's something they fantasized about so often with their emotions attached that it seems like a memory. So remember, memory isn't very good, okay? And memory is not a videotape. It's worth learning how memory works, because you'll be really, really surprised. It doesn't work the way we all kind of act it works. It would take a long time to explain it, so I'm not going to go into it because I've got another live stream to do.
3 different teachers had sex with you? It's like, yeah.
No.
As difficult as it may be for some people to believe.
I can hear it in your voice that you're not even telling the truth.
And in my head, it's not difficult at all. Like, I think, to me, I thought it was normal. I saw it in movies. I was like, yeah, I will do this too.
So as we go...
What movies? I was thinking about that yesterday. Like, what movies? Like, I was thinking about, remember the song To Sir With Love? The classic film, To Sir With Love? I think that's one of the only teacher-student romance films that I can think of off the top of my head. If you know any others, please put them in the comment section or throw them in the chat, because I'm trying to think what movies did you get that from? Because quite honestly, a lot of the time when you're little, you don't recognize the difference between authority figures, and if you've got, if you're looking for a daddy, you'll find it in a teacher, you'll find it in your swimming instructor, you'll find it in the next door, even the bus driver, or you know what I mean? You're attached to certain figures, and in your subconscious they then become the role that you are missing. So, I mean, that's all kind of complex too. I'm not an expert. It's kind of hard to talk about.
Go through the different clips, count the different stories. We already know one of the 3 teachers is Mr. Riney, so that leaves 2 teachers that we don't know the names of. Recently, Trisha uploaded a TikTok on August 16th where they...
Oh, that triangle is so unfortunately placed, isn't it? The TikTok triangle. You invalidated every SA victim's feelings by participating in that podcast with Keem. Love how feelings only matter when they're yours. What can you say to that, really?
Specifically said that they talked about their story on Keemstar's podcast, Mom's Basement, of an incident that happened when they were only 6 years old. In this TikTok, Trisha specifically says that she has never told anyone of this story until the podcast. Check it out.
This is why people shouldn't talk until they hear the podcast, because they sound absolutely stupid. I went on and shared my own R-word story that I've never shared with anyone else to drive a point across about it. I was super vulnerable. I was super embarrassed. Once it's out there, I'm going to be judged. I'm going to be judged forever for not saying something sooner, for not talking about it sooner, for doing it, for participating in it, for liking it. I shared my own story of SA and R.
That's just covering all the points people are going to bring up afterwards. You're just getting in early to, make it look like it was real. but that's a really kindergarten tactic. You know, good con artists have grown out of that one.
Which I have never shared with anyone else, and it was super hard because that's not a
super
setting that
hard.
I'm super comfortable in necessarily.
Okay, so it sounds like
when people put super in front of something, I generally tend to go, oh yeah, they're not very, you know, like super is not the word that you use when you're emotionally traumatized. Oh, I was super traumatized. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm super hungry. It really is not. Like, that is not trauma language. That's manipulating. I'm trying to convince you what I'm saying is true language. Like, just bleh.
She's never told her parents about this. She's never told the public about this. She's never told anybody about the story, okay? So now let's listen to the story that she told on Mom's Basement. Check it out.
Yeah, but I don't think you know you're a victim. Like, my teacher was having sex with me when I was 6 years old, and I thought I didn't think anything was wrong with it. And up until, like, I still don't think, like, sometimes I, like...
6 or 16?
6.
Oh, that's awful.
And so I didn't know. Yeah, but, like, for me, I was like, oh, you know, it was, like, attention from, like, an older guy. Like, I thought it was kind of cool. And then you realize, like...
You're 6. What do you mean attention from an older guy? You're not even sexual at 6. It would be daddy energy. Like... my sister was a little flirt, right? And it did cause us some problems. It was innocent. She didn't know that. It was because of the way we were identified when we were kids, you know. But they would, you know, she was the pretty one and I was the smart one. And so she used to, and people would say, oh, she's going to get all the boys when she goes older, and she kind of consequently, she learnt that if she sat, you know, on someone's lap and fluttered her eyes and smiled and did this and stuff, that, you know, they'd give her stuff and all this, and there was nothing sexual about it. But if you videotaped that and you looked at it with this stupid binary acting mind on, you know, some people could be convinced to say that that little girl is flirting with that man at 6 years old. She was not flirting. It was learned behaviour. It was completely innocent. She had there was no context to that behaviour other than discovering in the moment, if I do this, this does this. Oh, let's do that again then. It's the way people learn the responses to their behaviours. It's just normal, but there's no intent behind it. Yeah. Unless you were harmed, unless you have been sexualized by your parents before you were 6, in which case then there are probably laws broken. You are not sexual at 6 years old. You don't have the hormones to be sexual. They are absent until you hit puberty. That's what puberty is. Your body going from being unsexual child to being a being that can procreate and wants to procreate. That's when your body puts out all the chemicals and bits and pieces and blah 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 that enables you to be a sexual being. Previous to that, you are not. That is why fucking diddling children is fucking, like, well, one of the reasons why diddling children is just a killing offence. For one, that's a phrase, just a metaphoric phrase.
Oh, that's like some fucked up shit. But like, if you would have asked me, like, as a teenager, I was like, no, super cool. Like, actually, like, I didn't know it was sex at the time, right? You didn't know it was sex at the time, but then I was just like, oh no, that was like, I liked it, you know, whatever. And it's like, but a lesser version of that is when I was in David's vlogs.
First off, yes, that is the full story. I listened to the whole podcast and that was the only time they brought up the story. Yeah. Secondly, a lot of the stories that Trisha has told usually is brought up when they're talking about David Dobrik. Most of the clips that we're getting ready to watch is when the David story was popping online. Lastly, Trisha saying she has never talked about this story before is really fucking confusing to me, because either there were multiple assaults when they were 6 or they have a really bad memory, because Trisha has brought up the 6-year-old story online a lot. But here's the thing about
I honestly don't think it's a lot to do with memory. It's just about being in the moment and Trisha's need to, stay, in that position that she wants to remain in, where she gets, all the admiration, all the kudos, all the sympathy, all the empathy, all the compassion, all the money, all the clicks, all the views, That's all. Just all. She just wants it all. That's just all hers. It's no big deal.
About it. The story changes every time it's told. Now I'm going to play a bunch of clips for you guys about the story. I'm trying to play them in an order that is not confusing to you guys because it does get really confusing since the story does change a lot. So on February 16th, 2021, Trisha brought up the story during a rant about AB and the H3 podcast when the David Dobrik stuff was just starting. This was right after AB defended the Vlog Squad, and Trisha brings up the 6-year-old story.
I'm sorry, but that was a really good video. I'm really sad that he took that video down. It had some really valid points in it, but of course it wasn't what people wanted to hear. There's apparently only one way of thinking now in the world, and you're only allowed to think in that one way, and if you don't think that way and have that opinion, then you get called names and attacked. So, boring.
To prove a point that her whole life nobody has believed her. Check it out.
So, from a very young age, people not believing me, people telling me from a young age, from 6 years old.
The thing was, in the fable, The Boy That Cried Wolf, right? When he actually came in and said there's a wolf, when there actually was a wolf, and he came running into town and he was like, there's a wolf, there's a wolf, there's a wolf. It was actually true that last time. The problem was, because he had lied every other time, people were like, well, you're a liar. It doesn't matter what you say now. We're going to assume everything that comes out of your mouth is a lie. And it didn't matter that it was the truth this time. They lost all their sheep. It didn't matter. The damage was already done. That you've lost your place in honourable society because it doesn't matter whether you tell the truth. It's fucking irrelevant. You've proven yourself to be a liar more times than not. So the fact that you can't, it's a natural consequence. You're never going to be believed again. And to sit there and go, oh, it's not fair, people don't believe me when I'm actually telling the truth. Yeah, that is fair. It's fair on us. Because you've been unfair on victims, the rest of the world, all of us, everybody else, yourself. And if it has to be unfair to somebody, better it be you, the one who's caused the unfairness, than us, the innocent victims. Yeah.
Someone saying that I provoked a sexual situation at 6 years old. And people believing that. Well, she did this. She said she...
That's just a diversion. That's, maybe one person or something would have said that. But most people are well beyond that kind of thinking now. It's a fairly unacceptable way to think, okay? We're very well aware of it. It's, who even thinks like that nowadays? Not very many people. So to pick on this as the thing, as something to make into an issue, it's a diversion. It's a diversion from actually facing the real issue and taking accountability for, the fact that she has made her own bed.
Like this movie, so this is why I did this. And people are like, oh, well, okay, that makes sense. Well, Trish at 6 years old, she watched Taxi Driver and described this explicit scene to me between a 13-year-old hooker and a grown man, so that's why it happened. And the judge being like, yeah, actually, that makes sense. You're right. So, okay, Trish, did you say that? Yeah, I did say that. Okay.
I hate that Taxi movie. It screwed up so many fucking people. It screwed up so many people. It's such a misinterpreted film. So wrong. I mean, it fucked up fucking what's-her-face? The actor. What's her name? God, I can't remember her name. She played Clarice in Hannibal. I can't remember her name. She's a pretty respected director now. But she fucked her up. Playing someone that street smart at such an age. I mean, there's a reason why some directors use much older people than the people they're actually portraying. Is because your body can't tell that it's acting, especially if you're young and you haven't learnt the requisite dissociation skills that help you with acting. Your body still thinks that it's a reality. So it's a long time ago that I saw is it Helen Hunt? Is it Helen Hunt that's the actor in? Is that her? It's a long time since I saw the interview where she's talking. It's a long time after Taxi, is a Taxi Driver as well, that she speaks of it. But it's a really powerful interview when she talks about it, about going through, having to act those things out and stuff. So, and it's a powerful film. There's a reason why, it's so well remembered and so commonly referenced. But, old Skinwalker, fucking wearing a movie like a coat and turning it into real life.
So that you deserve this. Same thing as a fucking teenager. Well, she wore this, and she came into my classroom and locked the door, so, it's okay. Or that's why I did it. That's why I was provoked. She was a temptress. Just like the fucking David Club. Well, Trisha did this, and she flirted with David, and so therefore all the time she said she was uncomfortable and didn't consent and didn't want it to vlog. That's okay.
So there are a few things I want to point out with this. One, Trish said they went to court over this, and the judge actually blamed a 6-year-old child in court and ruled in the favor of the teacher.
What court? It would have been children's court for starters, and there'd be public records of this. Do you know what I mean? Come on, man. This is I think a lot of people don't feel safe calling bullshit on fake victims. And I really get that. I really get that, because the hate that you get online for not being very visually supportive, even not going out of your way to fucking do whatever, by doing nothing, some people will accuse you of, supporting abusers, because you haven't, bent over backwards to at least, announce how terrible it is and all that stuff. So I do understand the hesitancy to call BS on certain things. And also because none of us ever want to gaslight a real victim, And I truly believe that. I know a lot of people, online you see a lot of people accusing, believe all victims, yeah. But that's a bad faith argument, because I honestly believe that most human beings do not consciously want to harm or make another victim's life harder or gaslight a real victim, da-da-da-da-da. So it's a very fine line. It's a very uncomfortable line to walk between being skeptical, dispassionate, and being open to the claims. And yeah, so my answer to those, to very difficult, delicate situations like that, is to always be gentle. Yeah, is to not attack people for whatever. If it looks like they're blaming the victim or this and that, there's a better way to approach them to get them to ease off on that mindset than by calling them names and attacking them. What's the saying? You kill more flies with honey than with vinegar. I think. Anyway, we're nearly at the end.
Which seems so unrealistic to me. I get courts rule in favor of predators all the time, but for a judge to openly say, hey, it's a 6-year-old's fault, that judge would have been fired. Secondly, Trisha claims in this video that it was the movie Taxi Driver. And side note, how is a 6-year-old watching a movie like Taxi Driver? That just doesn't make any sense to me. That movie...
I'm sorry, I was exposed to a fuckload of very inappropriate adult media when I was a kid. So, my parents were pretty... Well, not my parents, but... my caregivers were quite pretty loose and out there, so it's not unusual to see inappropriate content. If your parents aren't, super functional or super conventional, yeah. Sorry, mysterious. I'm gonna disagree with you on that one. kids see inappropriate content all the time.
Movie's a pretty bad movie for a 6-year-old to be watching.
Yeah.
Then on February 13th, Trisha brings this up again. She doesn't state the age she was, but she does confirm that it was Taxi Driver. And then she names another incident with a separate teacher that was when Trisha was older, and says that a Jerry Lee Lewis movie was the reason for Trisha getting assaulted by a separate teacher. Check it out.
It stems from me being a little girl. And
remember Jerry Lee Lewis married a 13-year-old when he was, I think, in his 50s or 60s. And, I think his defense to that was, I'm just a down-home backwards country boy or something. That's pretty sick.
Having, social assault at my school and stuff like that. It was, and being told from a young age, like, I'm like,
Jodie
well,
Foster.
She went out and she did this and she dressed.
Thank you. Chris Castle, thank you so much. Jodie Foster. I always get Jodie Foster and Helen Hunt mixed up. Like I said, I don't know if you were here before, but I dyslexize a lot of things. Like they swap over in my mind, and I always forget which one's which. It only happens with certain things, or certain things, or certain people, or certain words. But Jodie Foster and Helen Hunt, they both look the same to me. Like I've got that thing. It's not really bad, but I've got that thing where people look the same. And it happens a lot with actors, like lots of actors all look like the same person to me. And Jodie Foster and Helen Hunt happens all the time. But yeah,
and she talks about this. I remember my teacher put blame on me because I talked about how much I loved the movie Taxi Driver, which was about, Jodie Foster being 13 and like seducing Robert De Niro and Harvey Keitel and stuff. And like I talked about that movie so much, and I idolized and idealized. I remember opening up to this a separate teacher that I had an incident with about.
So it doesn't surprise me that then became part of her inner fantasy world, in which, obviously she has troubles with the boundaries between her fantasy world and real life. I get that.
The Jerry Lee Lewis movie, and Winona Ryder was 13 years old, or she was playing a 13-year-old having sex with her 21-year-old cousin. I said, I hope that, like, when I was 12 at the time, and I was like, I hope when I'm 13, I hope I can have sex with somebody and stuff like that. And then,
I think also, remember, before you have sex, you don't fucking know what it is. Even if you've seen a penis. Like, you don't know what sex is. You don't know what it smells like. You don't know what another human's body in that proximity to you is like. You don't know what the feelings you're experiencing. You don't know how to interpret all of the, like, this idea of having sex. Women in the 60s used to talk about this, up until they were married. They would think that sex was this wonderful, romantic, blessing, yada, yada. And then it would happen and it would be this short, painful, stinky, uncomfortable mess. And they'd been led to believe that, you know what I mean? Like, until you've had sex, you can have all sorts of weird ideas about what it is. So even, I wish I could have sex with that teacher. That notion might not be the notion that we get being experienced sexually. A little young person saying that their idea of sex might just mean holding hands or, kissing in the dark, or, you know what I mean? There was ages and ages ago, they asked there was some article where they asked a whole bunch of kids about what was falling in love meant, or something like that, mummy and daddies, or, that kind of stuff. And the answers were fucking hilarious, man. All these kids like waxing lyrical about what mummies and daddies do to make babies and all this stuff, So yeah, they might be speaking the words, but they don't necessarily connect them with a true version of reality.
Like, so when they got confronted about it, their argument was like, well, she said she like wanted to like experience sex before she was 13, and then it was totally on me. And it's like, so I have that in my head that everything's totally on me. The best is, oh my God, you're so obsessed with them, like just get over them. And like,
well, that's your issue for externally validating yourself, darling. Like, that just generally in therapy, you start working on that shit pretty early. Haven't you done all this therapy apparently?
Just like the trauma I experienced from ages 6 to 12, I still check up on that guy. That.
Oh, the dead one? You still check up on that dead guy, do you? Make sure he's not diddling any more kids?
insulted me.
It's just a joke now,
And I
isn't
always
she?
will follow what he does because it's just like this. I don't know how to describe it. It's
joke.
this grasp these people have on me.
So this is where things start getting really confusing. So they claim at age 12, a separate teacher assaulted her for another movie that they claimed that they liked. But I thought the incident at 12 years old was the teacher that did things during Heads Up 7-Up. And what are the odds that two separate teachers would do something to somebody because they said they liked a certain movie?
Yeah.
And then she contradicts herself and says that she still checks up on the guy that did things to her from the ages of 6 to 12, acting like it was only one teacher. But I thought the taxi driver incident you went to court for. Even if they let the teacher go, wouldn't your mom make sure
There'd be records if there was court for it.
you were never around that teacher again? Like, so much of this is so confusing. So the other thing about this whole thing is that Trisha specifically said the movie was Taxi Driver, but on March 2nd in a Frenemies episode, Trisha completely contradicts herself and she says that the movie is actually Cape Fear, not Taxi Driver. Check it out.
Second time that happened.
Same actor though, isn't it? Isn't Jodie Foster's in Cape Fear? Isn't she as well? Let me double check that. Here, I'll let this play while I look up that.
It was a teacher and another teacher, different teacher, and he's like, "Well, she told me she liked the movie Taxi Driver, so like, or Cape Fear. I'm sorry, Cape Fear." He's like, "So I just put my thumb in her mouth to suck it." Anyways, it's a lot, but.
And that's not all. On February 11th, she uploaded a video talking about this again, and she claimed that she didn't speak up for 15 years about the incident when she was 6 years old, even though she has previously stated that the incident happened and she went to court for it when she was 6 years old.
And you go through, let's say you endure it for years.
Oh no.
I didn't say anything until 15 years after I was molested as like a 6-year-old. Does that mean that, like, well, she didn't talk about it for 15 years, so it didn't happen. She didn't speak up, so obviously it wasn't that big of a deal. Fuck you, AB.
And then going back to the original TikTok of her saying Keemstar's podcast is the first time they spoke to anyone about this incident, she made it sound like she hasn't talked to her therapist or her parents about it.
All right, Cape Fear, Martin Scorsese, director. Robert De Niro. Oh, it's another Robert De Niro. Nick Nolte, Jessica Lange. Oh, it's Juliette Lewis. I'm thinking, not Jodie Foster in Cape Fear. Excuse me. Okay, go.
It, but on March 4th, she claims that for years she told therapists and her parents that she was fine.
I was molested at 6 years old by a teacher for years, and I told my therapist for years that I was okay with it, even at the age of 12. I had sex with a teacher, and I was like, but I thought it was cool. I thought I was fine with it, so that makes it okay. I said I was okay. So
no offense, but she looks high as fuck here. Like seriously, like her cheekbones are kind of hollow, and like she seriously looks like she's fucking addled. She's just got something, you know what I mean? You know when people are fucking on the gear? She's just got that vibe.
So many times to my parents, my family, to even my therapist. I was like, it was fine. Actually, I liked it. I was cool. I was the teacher's favorite. I liked older men. I was attracted. I wanted it. It was very Cape Fear, you know. And like in my head, I really did think I wanted it at the time. But like looking back, I was like, oh my god, that like fucked me up.
All right, you guys, I got a couple more to show you and then we'll be done. On Dr. Drew's live stream, Trisha talks about this incident again when she was only 6 years old, but only this time she claims that it was at a summer camp that her dad put her in, not at her school in Byron. Check it out.
What can you talk about what happened in childhood that was so murky?
There was a lot of like. There was a lot of stuff with like older guys that like I thought was like normal. I still try and process it.
I think she had a crush on Robert De Niro for a while because they're all Robert De Niro films. Oh, he stars in them.
Like, with like the touching on my boobs or talking about my boobs, like hugging from behind and like stuff like this, like, but was it okay?
How old were you?
Now
how old were you and how old were the guys?
The first memory I have was a summer camp when I was like 6 years old, and I remember like
6 years old.
I'm gonna like, yeah, and that was like this is something that like I yeah, it's a lot because I remember it, like, again, I remember it, but then it's like, I don't remember, like, leading up to it because this was, like, a summer camp, and, I just remember, like, all the details, but I don't remember,
I'm sorry, there's no way of knowing whether that's an actual memory or if it's just a memory of a memory or a memory of a story or a fantasy she's had. Like, the further away you get from the event, the less you remember the event, and the more you remember the memory of the event or the story you've told about the event, and it actually will change the mental images that you think that you remember until, you can get many years down the track and two people can have very wildly varying stories about the exact same event. And we know that this happens even without time. We know that this happens in eyewitness accounts and stuff. We know that you can two people can have the same experience and come away with them having two very different tales relating to them. So it's really and it's disingenuous of fucking who's this dickhead, Dr. Drew, to place so much weight on these memories and their accuracy, because it's highly likely that they're inaccurate, if at all, if she's actually really remembering anything at all.
Going to my therapist, like, is it penetration? Is it just, outside stuff? Like, it's all so foggy to me. Like, that part doesn't feel, and I don't know. It's just, there's a lot that I've never talked about, even to like my therapist. And it's like, I'm finally talking about it, but it's so hard because I don't remember so much of it. And I don't know.
Now, going back to the wrestling video, Trisha specifically said the only way the essay stopped as a kid was that they gained weight.
This wrestling shit is so fucking gnarly. I think I remember this from something else, but I think from this is she's going to say that she was on the wrestling team, and then there's some big story about how that affected her. And then it will turn out she never was on the wrestling team. She was in the cheerleading squad and some other sport club. I can't remember.
And in the clip, Trisha specifically says that she went to her dad's for the summer and came back, and her abuser said that she had gained too much weight. And this was at the age of 10. Check it out.
Like, the only way the motion stopped when I was a kid was when I started gaining weight. And I remember I went away for the summer with my dad, and I came back to school, and that same person, my abuser, was like, you got too fat. And I was 10.
So based on this clip with the Dr. Drew episode, that would mean Trisha was getting abused in Byron and when she would go visit her dad when she had to go to summer camp.
Yeah.
And just a side note, Trisha never mentioned a summer camp
Everywhere
in her
she
book.
goes.
You would think if her dad was sending
got
her
an
to camp
abuser in
every
every
summer, like
port.
she said in the Dr. Drew live, that it would have been mentioned in her book. Her father had his kids with him, not shipped off to summer camp, and that's according to Trisha's book. Also, one other thing she mentioned in this wrestling video was she claimed that her neighbors were also essaying her. Check it out.
Oh,
From 6 years old. From being called out for being a distraction by teachers to being molested by my neighbors, by
I'm sorry, I just don't buy that at all. I think that, I don't know, maybe harping on about this 6 number, perhaps something, formatively, terrible happened to her in terms of, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to actually be physically touched to be traumatized sexually. A lot of... I have some deep problems that relate to an incident that happened to me when I was about 9. And it was a joke an adult played on me. It was a joke with an erect penis. And it didn't touch me. It came very close to me. And I was reading at the time. I was sitting in a chair reading, and then all of a sudden the erect penis appeared along, with the accompanying joke, and doesn't really sound like much, but it just fucked me up. Big time. I just remember being paralysed. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I wasn't allowed to say, I wasn't allowed to protest. I had to go along with it because it was just a joke and everyone was laughing, and you don't have to have what seems like, incredibly gnarly things happen to you to fuck you up. It really depends on what kind of person you are and what event happens and the context of that event and how you're made to feel about your response to it at the time and later on. While I don't believe a fucking word that's coming out of her mouth about that kind of stuff, I'm well prepared to believe that something significant did happen at some age, and even to the point, heard people mocking the thing about the stepfather coming in naked and sitting in her room, and that I can't mock that at all. I can't. That would have been incredibly traumatizing to me as a child. Now, I grew up with nudity all around me. That wasn't the thing. Nudity didn't stress me out, you know. We all went around in the nutty, but there's a context to that, you know. And you never felt unsafe because you weren't unsafe. Because being nutty was nothing. But that's different to being sexual. That's different to targeting somebody with a sexual intent or some kind of corruptive intent, something that somebody is not ready for or cannot process correctly in their mind, either because through age or inexperience or lack, you know. So, yeah, I personally, I think it's fairly obvious that Trish had some fairly serious boundary transgressions be committed upon her in some way, shape or form. I don't think we'll ever really find out what those things were, and I personally don't want to pry. You know, I respect people's privacy. But honestly, like I said, my issue is not that. My issue is harming other people in the process of you going about your existence. And deliberately being ignorant about the amount of power and influence you have amongst the people that support you. And those are the things that are causing damage. They're causing massive distrust in the online community, causing division and huge amounts of misinformation and miseducation. People are learning incorrect things because of you, Trisha Paytas. Speaking with authority, speaking bullshit with authority, like you know what you're talking about.
Right. People in power, people in authority.
Okay, so let's summarize all this. First, the teachers. According to Trisha, there were 3 teachers and all incidents happened at their school. 1 is the writing allegations. 2 is the 6-year-old story with the movie reference. And I'm assuming possibly there was another 6-year-old incident, since she said that she never talked about it when she went on Mom's basement. So maybe there was another.
Hello, Hi guys. Remember, I am used to streaming to nobody, so I do forget to look at the comments. Svetlana, please, I pray that I am pronouncing your name properly. Hello, and welcome. Don't feel obliged to subscribe or do anything like that, although I would never cry if you did. But yeah, we're just here to kind of hang out, so please feel free. The space is everybody is welcome here. Everyone of all walks of life.
Other one in there somewhere. So I guess we will say that one is number 3. Then Trisha also stated there was another teacher at the age of 12 or 13 that also did something to her because of a different movie that wasn't Taxi Driver or Cape Fear. Or that could be another version of the Rainey story, who knows, but I'm going to call that number 4 since it seems like a totally different story. Then also, according to Trisha, they also got assaulted at the age of 6 in a camp in California, and they were also assaulted by their neighbors at an unknown age.
That's a lot of
threads. So let's just say all of this is true, okay? Then
what happened? Oh, I think my mouse just clicked itself.
Why on Frenemies did they say in 2005 that was the worst year of their life? They were around the age of 17 in 2005. The other thing is, why did they say their teachers were coming to their house when they originally said it all happened at the school? Here's the clip I'm talking about for context. Check it out.
Pretty sure I was getting an R word by my teachers, and the principal didn't believe me, and I had to endure it every
gotta love what a dumbass he is. He's like, you were bullied, you piece of shit. You had it coming.
I didn't go to school 4 times because the teachers were being inappropriate, so thank you for that. And also just like,
well, the only
myself in 2005. That's why my band is 2005, because it's the most trauma of my life, because teachers wouldn't leave me alone and they come to my house and it's R word.
It could have been that you know, Trisha, through her own, you know, relentless innocence, or you know, just innocent relentlessness, was inadvertently putting those teachers in a position that they couldn't extricate themselves from professionally without a great deal of trouble. You know, it's like what we were just talking about a little while ago. If you are unfortunate enough to be in the position where one of your charges develops a little bit of starry eyes for you, you immediately must remove yourself in whatever way, because there is no, because of the position you are in, you are responsible for that person. And if they have developed, they don't know that those feelings are inappropriate, but you do. There is no way of ameliorating those inappropriate feelings openly. Okay? You have to separate yourself from the person who's innocently having those inappropriate feelings. It is the only professional thing you can do. So it may not, she may interpret it being moved to the classroom, moved to another classroom. She may have interpreted that later down the track as being punished for something that wasn't her fault, but she wasn't in the staff room. She wasn't privy to any of the discussions about her possible behaviour that might have been, predicating these kinds of decisions to move her from the classroom. Now, I'm not saying that to place the onus on Trisha. It's not a blame thing. It's purely a professional logistics thing as an educator, all right? It is a big issue if one of your charges develops starry eyes for you, even just likes you that little bit more than normal. It is an issue, and you must protect yourself at the same time as protecting your charge. It's a really difficult but very human position to be in. And yeah, a lot of punters just don't get it because they only see the kind of outside, they only see the outcomes and stuff.
That's one clip that accidentally got cut out of episode 1. Trisha specifically says they moved schools 4 times because of teachers essaying them, and Trisha moved schools in high school. So there is another discrepancy. And Trisha specifically said in her older YouTube videos, if you watched episode 1, that they switched 4 high schools because of bullying. So you guys,
didn't talk about primary schools.
None of these stories add up with each other. Each story has changed every time they spoke on it. They have specifically stated in the past that nothing ever happened with their teachers. Nothing illegal ever happened with them.
And she has specifically, emphatically and specifically stated that over and over and over and over again until this particular point in the recent past.
They are accusing people of being a P word that have no record of any inappropriate conduct. Also, don't you guys find it odd that the only teacher that Trisha called out by name is dead and can't defend himself?
The only one. Dead. God, that just makes it disgusting, eh? I'm sorry. That just puts the worst taste in my mouth. That makes
Why not?
Excuse me. That makes it. Oh shit. That means it's time for me to fucking start getting ready for my next stream. Shit, I've got a long time. Yeah. So that, to me, that makes it very difficult to. I mean. I don't know how to say it. I've got compassion for all human beings and all the whole spectrum of the human condition. But when people choose to raise themselves up by denigrating or harming or tearing down another human being, it's very difficult for me not to be contemptuous of that. That disgusts me. That is elitist, really full-on elitist. So you don't care about equality. You're not an advocate for any fucking equal rights. Yeah, you're in it to win it. So it just makes it really hard. Like I try to be pretty loving and pretty open and non-judgmental to the best of my ability with all humans. But it just, you know, when you know that some certain people are making decisions, deliberately making decisions, not for good reasons, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it makes it hard. It makes it hard to give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, like I really do think that Trisha's a bit of an asshole. You know, I think she's a cunt. You know, it doesn't mean she's not deserving of love. Everyone's deserving of love, and it doesn't mean that she's not a good person on other levels or can't be a good person on other levels. But I don't think that her mental health is responsible for a lot of her character. I think she has, you know, for whatever reason, deliberately chosen to, you know, stay a victim, stay shallow, stay conniving, stay, you know, like, stay number one. And anything that is done in you know, for, anything that appears to be done for the purposes of inner development is purely performative, and it seems to really only be done for the purpose of being able to get on a high horse and point the finger at other people. So yeah, I really do not. I don't think she would be a good friend. I don't think she would be that fun to hang out with. I think you'd just end up having your ear bashed about all sorts of people you didn't know or care about. You'd end up knowing far too much about them, and none of it would be good. So perhaps she's just never had quality people around her. Who knows? Who fucking knows? I don't know. But anyway, we wish her a safe and speedy retirement.
Call out the other teachers. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. This is pretty much all the clips that I could find of Trisha talking about these different incidents. So use your own judgment on each story. Like I said before, maybe one story is true, but I find it impossible for this much stuff to happen to the same victim from multiple different abusers, especially because the area
it's hard watching, you know, when you see people, they're fucking just picking away at themselves, picking away, just like, oh, it stresses me out. It's a trigger thing to me because of drugs, you know what I mean? Like, it fucking just sets me off really badly. And when I see people who've just, I know she's got acne and stuff as well, but also, you know, people with skin conditions, they're generally, from my observation, they tend to be pickers, yeah? And you get those guys on the fucking meth and they'll tear themselves to pieces. But yeah, you know, when you see that, you see evidence of that, and you just see, oh man, that's just harsh. That's harsh, you know. It's a fuck drug. It's a fuck drug. It's hard. It takes such a toll so quickly as well. There are other drugs that you can get away with using for ages and ages, and they don't. They don't cause a huge amount of outward degeneration for quite some time. Meth is not one of them. Not one of them. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. And some of the states that you've seen her in over the years, you know, where she is quite strung out, or even indeed off it, you know, and you just, like, just makes you feel for her in a way. Like all, you know, all addiction's a lonely place, and taking drugs for fun is one thing, but taking them because you are filling a gap, or there's a real energy around that. It's a desolate energy, and it's quite sad when you're on the other side of it, you know, because you're very familiar with it. You've been an addict, you're real familiar with that feeling. You know the vibe, you know the energy, and so when you kind of see it emanating out of somebody. You know, there's something, you feel for them. You know that space. You know that compulsion. You know, and you know how much someone might want to get out of it, but also how much they feel like they can't. Yeah, and it's a very unfun place to be. It says a lot about people who don't like animals. Yeah, kind of does. What kind of people don't like animals? That's weird. I'll tell you what kind of people that don't like animals are. I'll tell you who are the people that don't like animals. People that have a need to control. Yeah. People who can't just let things be as they are. And people that don't have time for other people's needs or other beings' needs. Everything's all one way. It's all got to come to me, come to me, come to me. And you find a lot of those people whinge a lot about never finding love and feeling lonely and exiled and bullied and stuff, and it's because they've taken all their life. They've never given. Or, you know, on the heart level. It's always been their neediness that's needing, you know, that has to be fulfilled, and they're not been taught that one of the best ways to ease yourself of that sense of emptiness is to give of yourself, is to be in service, you know, to volunteer, to look after an animal, to, you know, go volunteer in fucking old people's homes, make meals for people, you know, any of those things. Giving of yourself fills those fucking weird holes that you'll never fill from external forces, ever. If you didn't get them in your development times, as in when we were bubbles, then you must build them for yourself once you grow up. It's fucking sad, but it's true. And it's one of the things that we can help each other do as grown-ups. You know, we can help each other, give each other the fucking love and stability and safety that we didn't get back when we were bubbies and we needed it for proper development. It's another reason to be kind to people instead of being a cunt to people. Okay, let's get through it.
Lived in was so safe. And where was Trisha's mom during all of this time and everything else? It just doesn't make any sense to me. It sucks I had to do it this way, but the Riney story has been eating me alive for so long.
Yeah,
in my gut, I feel he is innocent, and in trying to prove his innocence, it was very important to show you all of the contradictions. I am sure I'm going to have people calling me different names like they are already on Reddit, and that is...
No, I think you've done a really good job, Mysterious. I think you've done a really good job in showing, you know, how highly, highly likely it is that the man is completely innocent, and how highly, highly likely it is that Trish is completely making it all up. And yeah, I think you've done a really good job at evidencing that. Well done.
Something I'm just going to have to accept. Even with all this evidence, there are people that are still going to believe Trisha. And just know, if you keep making excuses for her, you're not helping her at all. I want to play one more clip before I go. Maybe Trisha truly doesn't know what reality is. Maybe this is something that she truly can't help. Check out this clip and you'll see what I'm talking about.
I did it for my own self. I'm someone who suffers from delusions and not knowing what reality is. And I wanted to hear back everything because people constantly tell me what I say, and I want to hear it back for myself.
I think that's slightly inaccurate. I don't think that it's delusions that she suffers from. It's denial that she suffers from. Yeah? She knows what reality is. She just doesn't accept it. And she thinks that she has the power to make it the way she wants it. Once again, that's subconscious. And once again, that is just my interpretation of how things are going. Yeah.
If Trisha truly suffers from delusions and not knowing what reality is, then how can we trust any of these stories are even true? I personally believe Trish knows what she is lying about, but maybe I'm wrong. And this could be a reason for her telling these stories. Like I said before, what about the victims of Trisha?
I think the delusions thing is it's a cry for, it's just to get sympathy. Denial, it looks like delusion sometimes. It really does, but it's much more. It's willful ignorance. Willful ignorance, because you will not submit to reality. that you can't get your way all the time, and you cannot control everything, and you cannot rewrite the past. You know, like people will completely deny reality just because it's not the way they want it. It's incredibly childish, incredibly stupid, and you can't do it, but you watch, people will still try, because that is easier than the pain of having to accept things as they are.
When are we going to start taking them more seriously? I still believe Trisha is a victim. I will never deny the trauma that I feel is real, and the trauma that I feel has affected her is her mom's boyfriend, Tiger. Trisha, if you are watching this video, it's not too late.
Yeah. I think not knowing nothing, as I do, I get that sense too, that it's that boyfriend, that there is something in the root there, that may have harmed her in some way. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I said, you take it as a given. Most of us have been harmed in our childhood, in our upbringing. Yeah, that's why no one's fucking more special than anyone else. Your victimhood is no fucking more special than mine. You know, I shouldn't get special treatment for mine. You shouldn't get special treatment for yours. But we should all be treated equally, specially.
To tell the truth. More people will respect you for coming clean and telling the truth versus if you keep dragging this teacher's name through the mud. Trisha, I think you need serious help with the lies that you tell the public. I really hope that you get the help that you need and work through whatever it is you need to in order to be more honest and not lie. I hope you start making real amends with the people that you have hurt, and I'm not just talking about what I spoke on in this video. I hope you make amends with everybody that you have hurt with the lies that you have told. So anyways, you guys, that's the end of today's video. I know this was a really long one. If you made it through, that's absolutely amazing. And before I go, I want to take a quick second to thank all my members, and I apologize if I pronounce any of your names wrong. Thank you to Sarah, Lydia, Obscura, Sixty Girl, Anna Fox, Azaria, Life, Alabama Ya, Kat Kelly, Janora's, Labyrinth, Gerline, Shelby, Eloise, Evelyn, Anna, Ashley, Amy, Eve, Queen, My Love, Floral Foam, Mimi's Art, Ruby Red Shoes, The Shower of Slime, Beyond.
I get some free advertising from me. Hooray. All right, well, what do you reckon, guys? Goodness me. She's some content creator, though, isn't she? Like, she really can put some information together, you know, in a very just in a really good line, and she can really bring to light some of the points she's making. It's quite cohesive. It kind of builds on itself. It doesn't jump all over the place. So she has come a really long. She's been a great video maker since the beginning, really. But it's been really cool watching her get more confident in her style, and develop a voice, an aesthetic, and a video voice, a visual voice, if that makes sense. And to stick to this nice, you know, kind of stick to this ethical framework that she's got, where she's not tearing people down just for the sake of it, but you know, there's real heart behind her channel. She's not picking on Trisha Paytas just for fun, just because she knows she's going to get some clicks or whatever. She is genuinely disturbed by the damage that this person causes by being online, just as I am, just as many other people are, you know. So for other people, it might just be a clown show or circus show that they get a free ticket to and they can sit back and watch. If that's your bag, cool, that's your bag, you know. Some people are a little more invested. Some people are just a Trisha stan, and because Trisha represents everything that they're too gutless to be. So, you know, they live vicariously through her, which means they're just always going to have her back and defend blah, 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 blah. You know, we've all got our biases. It's just how it is. And we're not all going to like everybody, and that's okay too. So, yeah. Anya Mysterious, nice work. It feels weird calling you mysterious. I used to call her Miss T because it was mysterious T, and I just thought T. I just think using the word T unironically is really cringy, unless you're a fucking person of colour in the 60s or in the jazz era or the disco era. But anyway, yeah, go mysterious. The link to this video, if you want to see it without my commentary, is down below. I had a bunch of other stuff queued up to do some roast Trisha Paytas, but then this video came out, like I said at the beginning, so I just ended up deciding to do this one instead. Don't know if I'll roast Trisha Paytas anymore. I'm kind of, it's just not, I'm getting over all these people, Like, I can't watch so many drama channels anymore. Like, they're just so offensive. They tell so many lies. They get so many things wrong. They talk themselves up. You know, they bang on about doing all this research, and then they can't even speak English properly. You know, they get words wrong and misinterpret things, and you know, think they're clever when they're not. So there's very few I can kind of watch now. A lot of them are just narrative pushers. And that's kind of taking the fun out of reacting to them, because I'm just like, oh, I can't fucking sit through this idiot. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh no, I do. I thought of a few things I can do lives too, like just some other stuff, so we can talk about other things. Like, I don't really want to talk about politics, but I think it's all right to talk about not politics as in the current politics of the time, but I think it's okay to talk about what politics is and what politics isn't. Yeah, because because as laymen, it's quite difficult. Political history is generally not very well known. All that kind of stuff. Politics is just really, it's a big fat old mess. And so rather than try and tell people, choose this politician over this one or this one over that, they're all shit. It's more like let's unpack exactly what politics is, what role is it trying to play in our society, and is it effective at that role? And if it isn't, what are some of the other ways that we can make sure that all of our voices are heard so that we can govern our society so that it thrives, rather than, turns into a big old mess where a lot of people feel really fucking unsafe and unhappy about what's going on, and a very few up at the top of the hill get to skip off to Mars in their fucking spaceships. So yeah, so I thought about doing some stuff like that, and then also just breaking down some of the ideologies that have become prevalent today that are being weaponized. Yeah, and talking a little bit about the history, how these ideologies developed, and where they could go instead of where some people are trying to force them to go. So yeah, if you're interested in that, I do go live on every Saturday random time, doing some kind of react video, and then every other night at I think 8 or 8:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time, we do a book reading live stream where we take non-fiction and we read little bits and we do commentary on what we're reading. We have just started Jordan B. Peterson's new book, Beyond Order. And if it's anything like the last book, it's going to take us a couple of months to get through, because there is going to be a lot of interesting stuff to discuss. Geordie, he's a wordy bloke, but I do believe his intentions are really genuine, and I do have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for his mind and how he attempts to human in the world. I think he's I think he's fairly genuine. So that's me. I'm going to bugger off, quickly grab something to eat, and then come back and get ready for my Geordie stream. So feel free to join me for that, or catch a replay any other time. Go check out my channel. I've got a bunch of other videos. I do make other videos as well about stuff. I just have been really untogether lately. And yeah, I keep having anxiety attacks about editing, so I'm kind of just feeling like a bit of a loser there, but anyway, we'll get it together. Yeah, if you liked any of this, please consider subscribing to my channel. Yeah, I would like... No, I'm not going to bother raving. I'm just going to get off of here. And thank you heaps for coming and hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. I've only just started streaming on YouTube. I've been streaming on Facebook for the last year or so. But I don't really like Facebook. And so I thought I would, you know, come over here and try my luck over here and see if we can, you know, meet some freaks and, you know, non-flag wavers and find all our way together, helping each other out. So that's about it. I'll be back later with some book reading if you'd like to come, and if you don't, then cool, enjoy the rest of your day, evening, afternoon, whatever. Yeah, if it's the first time you see me, my channel is called creatrixZBD. I am Zebedee of the Creatrix. And I'm just a misfit, basically. I'm a very late blooming misfit, and I care about people, and I care about my planet, and the rest of it can just get in line. So if you care about those kinds of things, if you're neurodivergent, and if you want to help, if you just want to help yourself, learn to fucking believe in yourself a little bit more, come and hang out, because that's one of the things we do focus on, is being self-reliant, taking, extreme self-accountability, and, just reveling in the fact that we're all unique, and trying to practice what we preach, and live it, rather than just, post about it on social media and feel smug. All right, okay. I love you heaps. Have a fantastic one, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time. And I don't know when next time will be. I upload randomly but regularly, so yeah, whatever that means. All right, thanks so much, guys. I'll talk to you later. See ya. And here comes the outro music. Thank you.